If you are a fan of Days Gone, you know how frustrating it can be to navigate your way around the off-roads of the post-apocalyptic Pacific Northwest. If this is you, you're probably one of the people who play Survival 2 and constantly spam Survival Vision. Where was it again? Oh, wait, let me check. Where? Wait, I'm confused. Where was the road again? Oh, okay, it's down here. Or you're someone who plays on hard 2 because you want a challenge, but get frustrated at the lack of a minimap. Much better, now I can follow the waypoint. Today's guide will allow you to finally unlock one of the biggest skills required to dominate Days Gone on survival mode, map navigation. Welcome everybody to the channel, I'm your host G, and today I will walk you through a spoiler-free step-by-step guide of how I learned my way around the Days Gone map. After that, I will hold your hand through every region, giving you the information that I know about the various roads, landmarks, and terrain found in the world of Days Gone. Let's start with the guide. We'll start with a basic introduction. The world of Days Gone is separated into a small number of various regions, each with their own unique landmarks, weather, terrain, and collectibles. The game starts with 2 regions. More regions are unlocked as we progress through the game's main story. To open the map, press the touchpad followed by R1 or swipe from left to right on the touchpad, or if you're on PC, simply press M. Hovering over each region will display its name in the bottom left alongside the type and number of various tasks and collectibles found throughout the region. You can also see the region's completion percentage. Quick note that when you enter each region, you will see a prompt on the right side of the screen letting you know which region you have entered. For what follows, I highly recommend that you apply the next steps region by region. Now with that out of the way, let's get into the nitty-gritty. So here's the problem at hand. We look around us in the world, and we don't even know what the hell we're looking at, okay? And you look at the map, and you also don't know what the hell you're looking at. Now, thing is, it's pretty easy because I've split it into 2 things. Roads and landmarks. You see them? That's a landmark, that's a mountain, and this right here is a road. And so I made a course made up of 3 different chapters. Now the first 2 chapters are swappable, but only when in a specific region, like here in Belknap, if there is a major landmark that allows you to sort of organize all the roads around it. So yeah, this is a mountain, and it's a major landmark. In Cascade, all you have is trees, so it's much easier to start with the roads. And so, Chapter 1 talks about roads. And then, the next chapter, Chapter 2, will talk all about landmarks. And then, basically, throughout Chapter 1 and 2, we're basically getting the names of the roads and landmarks by utilizing the in-game road signs that are found all over the world of Days Gone. And yeah, in Chapter 3 we use other methods to get the names of the various landmarks and potentially roads. So yeah, let's get on with the course and let's get on with Chapter 1. Chapter 1. The roads. There are 2 kinds of roads in Days Gone, the main roads and the off-roads. We've all rescued a survivor and heard Deacon say, stay off the main roads. However, just like the saying, you've gotta learn how to walk before you can run, you've gotta learn the main roads before you learn the off-roads. Part 1. The main roads. When you hear me say main roads, it means that the road is wide enough for cars to drive on them. And they come in 2 variants, asphalt roads and dirt roads. For simplicity's sake, let's stick to asphalt roads for now. Step 1. Map them out in your head. What we are doing is organizing the position of each road inside our imagination. To do this, open the map and, as the rippers say, follow the path, lost one. That's right, use your cursor and follow each road, making note of where in the region it begins and ends, while also counting how many roads there are in each region. Step 2. Read the signs. There are 3 kinds of signs that are important to us throughout this course. For this segment, I will only focus on one of them: crossroad signs. These signs are found at every intersection above stop signs, and they typically have 2 road names on them. The name of the road a sign is referring to is the road parallel to it. The reason for this is so the driver will see the name of the road they are potentially planning on turning into as the car, or in our case bike, approaches the sign. Note that some of these signs will only have one road name. Without spoilers, you will come across these during later stages in the game. The way road names are written on these signs is the name of the road followed by an abbreviation, which indicates what is the type of road this is. In the world of Days Gone, we only care about these ones: road, highway, drive, byway, lane, street, and way. Now, for those curious about every kind of road sign abbreviation and the definitions of each one, there are 2 links I will leave in the description for articles that go a little more in depth on the subject matter. As we ride along every main road, keep an eye out for every intersection and accompanying crossroad sign. This is the stage in the video where we start to care about the main dirt roads. These are wide dirt roads with grass in the middle. Now, just a quick side note, I may have said grass in the middle, but the middle part that separates a 2-way road is usually called a median, and it doesn't have to necessarily be grass, and it's not locked to dirt roads. It also applies to asphalt roads. It could be trees, it could be a concrete barrier. It is called a median, and it's not for separating 2 different lanes going in the same direction. It's only for opposing directions. So if a highway had 3 different lanes on one side and then 3 different lanes on the other side, you'd usually see a median in between both sides of a highway going in opposite directions. Yeah, and there's usually a concrete barrier in the middle. Not all of them have a name indicated on a sign, but you will notice, just like here in Belknap, the majority of them do. There are a few of these in Cascade, but the ones there lack names. You can use your newfound knowledge from the articles that I linked in the description to propose names on your own. More on that much later in the video, in the segment where I'm gonna hold your hand basically through the regions. Now, these dirt roads can be more common than asphalt roads, so you can feel free to learn the names of only a select few that you deem important to recognizing your way around a select region. At this point is where you'll start noticing how different segments of the same road have different names. For example, this road in Cascade is called Old Wagon Road, but as soon as we enter Belknap, its name changes to Black Crater Road. The same is true for Old Belknap Road. The moment it intersects with the now called Black Crater Road, its name changes to become Hawk's Beard Road. Some names repeat even though the 2 are not linked. For example, Fitzloop Road in Belknap. This happens a few times in the entire game, so be aware. I have also experienced a bug where certain signs will fail to load the text on them. Now, this Big Bear Lake sign that I just showed in particular will never load text. It's a bug with a few signs in the game. There are 4 others that you're gonna face much later, but if you do face an issue where there is texture not loading, or it's pixelated on any other sign in the game, yeah, make sure you either restart your machine or like completely shut it down and then turn it back on, whether it's a PC or a PlayStation. This happens on both platforms. So like don't put it to sleep and then turn it back on and play the game, and also don't like quit the game and re-enter the game with the machine still completely on, because that can cause a lot of texture issues. Now back to the video. Now there are 4 green signs in the game that are the crossroad signs, where they completely fail to load and will never load, so be wary. One of them is in Belknap, but from the surrounding area we can tell that it's supposed to say Black Crater Road. The other 3 are in a much later region in the game, so I'm not gonna spoil that for you. Part 2. The off-roads. They are thin dirt roads. These are not the main roads. They are safer, as you won't get sniper ambushes, wire traps, or rolling car traps, but they can be hard to navigate unless you understand how they are formed. I have split them into 3 types: detours, runs, and trails. Let's start with detours. The broken road in Days Gone gets its name from the various kinds of roadblocks formed since the beginning of the outbreak. With no government present to fix these roadblocks and maintain the roads, they stick out like a sore thumb, preventing bikers from riding the open road. These can be fallen trees, floods, rock or snow avalanches, broken roads, blown up bridges, blocked tunnels, car wreckages, and car roadblocks. Detours are simply the dirt roads formed to go around them. Our second kind of dirt road is called a run. A run is a road that is strictly formed near a body of water. So if you see a dirt road going around a lake or running along the sides of a river, that is a run. Sometimes 2 runs on opposite sides of a river will have bridges connecting them together. Our third and last type is the trails. Our article defines trails as roads located in wooded areas. While true in Cascade, these are found all over Days Gone. They are formed to lead to certain landmarks, connect landmarks to each other, connect roads to each other, or connect landmarks to roads. They may intersect with runs and detours. They can also go around hills and mountains. Sometimes a hill will have 2 trails, one at the top and one at the bottom. In case you are not getting the picture yet, there are too many of them, and unfortunately there is no straightforward way of learning them. My advice is to try using them when traveling in between landmarks and roads as you play through the game. A lot of these roads get used far too many times in the game that they'll start to become familiar, and memorizing the main roads and landmarks makes it far easier to recognize them as they start to become convenient and more fun to ride than their main road counterparts. Alright, so now that we're done talking about roads, we've got one more thing to look at chapter 1, and they are kind of similar to roads. The first thing we're looking at is obviously train tracks. Some regions in the game do have train tracks going through them, and just like the roads, we mark where they go the beginning and the end, and any landmarks along the way we take note of. That's simple. Here in the Cascade region, it helps out a lot in trying to navigate the entire region. And the other thing is, of course, rivers. Rivers are kind of like roads. They have a beginning and an end. You see this one? It flows all the way down here, and if you follow it, it goes up through here under this bridge and goes all the way here to this lake. So yeah, and rivers are technically part of the landmarks, which brings me nicely to chapter 2, landmarks. Landmarks can be divided into two types: terrain landmarks and architectural landmarks. Terrain landmarks are anything made by God. These can be mountains, caves, craters, ridges, gulches, waterfalls, springs, hot springs, rivers, meadows, valleys, and lakes. Architectural landmarks, on the other hand, are anything constructed by humans, such as buildings, bridges, mine shafts, tunnels, hydro dams, and even a town or a campsite. Learn to pinpoint the locations of these landmarks in your head and organize them around the main roads. For now, we will only be getting their names from signs. There are two more kinds of signs I need to talk about: recreation signs and direction signs. Recreation signs are brown and will immediately state the names of important terrain landmarks. Remember the bug that I was talking about, where sometimes the sign won't load what it's trying to say? That can happen sometimes with a few brown signs. You may also get a bug where the text will load, but it's going to be all pixelated. Direction signs are green and will point towards lore-accurate locations within the world of Days Gone. Some of these signs point to locations that were either cut from the game or were planned for a potential sequel. We need Days Gone 2. Alternatively, some direction signs may point to locations that you, the player, may not have unlocked yet, so be aware of potential spoilers. There are other methods to getting the names of landmarks, which brings me nicely to chapter 3. Progression. Road signs aren't the only way of learning landmark names. It is easier to learn the names of various landmarks by progressing through the game. I have broken it down into 3 different methods: missions and storylines, progression collectibles, and detail collectibles. Let's start with step 1, missions and storylines. There are 3 kinds of missions in the game that are all important to us. They are indicated by triangles on the map. The yellow ones are main story missions. Brown ones are encampment jobs, and white ones are canon story missions that are temporarily available. If you progress through yellow story missions, you may lose access to these white story missions. The white ones add detail to the story and give you XP, but they serve no purpose in forms of progression. All of these missions can give you clues to the names of roads and landmarks. We will divide every mission into 3 time intervals: pre-mission, intermission, and post-mission. Let's start with pre-missions. Hovering over a mission before it starts can give you details. Now, while you can't do this with the prologue missions, after you're done with the mission called Drifters on the Mountain, you can feel free to hover over the mission before it starts. During missions, the top left of the screen tells you directly what to do. Sometimes it'll mention the name of a place. By opening your map during a mission and hovering over it, you can find extra details. But by opening storylines, you will find the active mission log. This is only available during the mission and will disappear afterwards. For example, during Bad Way to Go Out, the mission log says, walk point through Belknap Tunnel. This is the only mention in the game for the name of this tunnel. It is also important to listen closely to dialogue as we get clues to where the missions take place. For example, during Hear About a Ripper Camp, we learn that this location is called Separation Meadow. We may also use this to figure out where a mission is located without having to check the map.
Alki says they've set up shop at the old Forest Service watchtower on the east slope of Three Finger Jack.
Yep, I know where it is, and I'll handle it.
Now let's talk about post-mission. When the mission is done, Deacon writes about his thoughts. This journal can be found under the Progress tab in the Storylines page. It gives us insight about various story details, landmark details, and of course, Deacon's feelings. Now let's talk about Step 2. Progression Collectibles. These are collectibles that cater to the game's progression. They have their own storylines and make Deacon stronger and provide him with trust and credits. They may also allow you to unlock certain weapons in the game. They are ambush camps, Nero checkpoints, and research sites, infestation zones, and hordes. All of these have names that describe the landmarks where they are located. Note that the research sites don't have names, but you will almost always find a micro recorder which can give you a clue about the name of the site.
Another micro recorder. One of these is gonna explain what the hell you guys are doing out here. Rebel Rock. Yeah, I know where that is. West of Hot Springs, south of Patchen's Lakes.
More on those later. Another thing to watch out for is horde names. Each horde can be found at one of 3 different locations. Their daytime hibernating location, and at night, feeding location in the form of corpse disposal sites, aka mass graves.
Mass gravesite. I didn't know there was one up here. That's why there's so many freaks in Marion Forks. It's a goddamn feeding ground up here.
And a drinking location at a nearby body of water. These 3 locations may be far apart and a horde may be named after one of them. For example, Patchen's Lake's horde gets their name from their nighttime drinking location, as their daytime location is called Rebel Rock Cave. Remember when I mentioned that sometimes roads can have the same name but be completely separate from each other? Well, some landmarks in the game may have similar names but also be separate from each other. Okay, so here's an example of a name that repeats. This is Rebel Rock Cave. We keep mentioning it, but I'm just trying to be as spoiler-free as possible. Now, it does repeat in a later region in the game, but it is cut content, so I'm not really spoiling anything. So I've got a mod called Debug Cheat Menu, and I open it by hitting Control and Backspace. And I'm gonna censor a lot of the stuff. If I go down to World Debug, go to Teleport to POI Location, that means point of interest. We've got execute, so let's execute it. And if I go down to this here region that I'm gonna censor in the editing, you can see right down here we have something called Rebel Rock Lava Cave. And if I try to teleport there, it is out of bounds and I'm just gonna fall through the map. But this is, yeah, Just interesting that this name repeats. Now, there are a couple other places in the map that do repeat in their names, but that is spoiler territory, and I will leave that until the hand-holding part of this video. I would like to give a small shout out to AM Frenzy for providing us with this beautiful piece of information. This brings us nicely to step 3, detail collectibles. I like to call these unproductive collectibles because unlike the previous ones, these do not cater to the game's progression, but they add detail to the game's story. We won't look at all of them, but there are a select few that can help us learn the map. These are historical markers, tourism collectibles, and Nero micro recorders.
Another Nero recorder. What happened here?
Just make sure to check the storylines for extra details. As for the micro recorders, you won't find all of them at Nero checkpoints and research sites.
Oh, another one of those micro recorders. Yeah, wonder what happened here. Another Nero recorder. What happened here?
You have to check Horde feeding grounds in the form of the mass graves.
Another micro recorder. One of these is gonna explain what the hell you guys are doing out here.
As well as going back to Nero's spy mission locations after they are done. Sometimes you may also find a micro recorder inside of a Horde cave.
Another Nero recorder. What happened here?
Now, a quick note on historical markers. Sometimes a historical marker won't be talking about the location it is located in. Sometimes it's a vantage point for something it is looking out to. Another quick side note is when you check the storylines, you should know that some landmark names in the Days Gone game, these are based on places in real life. Sometimes they have the same name, other times they don't have the same name. If you go to storylines and find that the name of this place is written as it is in the game, followed by another name between quotation marks, just know that the name in between quotation marks is the real name of this place. This is not true every single time. Sometimes this is either referring to some historical event that happened at this place, or it could be an Easter egg left by the developers based on something from the real place. Or it could be just a small pun. For example, the Salome Hot Springs is called the Salt Springs. So I'm actually a little bit wrong. There is a hot springs camp in Oregon called the Salt Springs, but so as you can see right now I'm on a road called McKenzie Wagon Road, right? And I was trying to find out what is the name of this river here, right? And during my research, so basically I found out Shadow Lake, which is this lake right here, is actually in Washington. This river is called the Fish Lake River. Yes, it's a very stupid name for a river, I know. But yeah, and it pours into a lake called Clear Lake, which I'm assuming might be this lake or not. In the real map, Three Finger Jack and McKenzie Wagon Road are really far apart. So after Clear Lake, you have another river called McKenzie River. And this road actually doesn't end here. It actually continues all the way down here. And there's like a bend at like the bottom section of this road. And then there is a spring called Belknap Springs, and next to it I found a campground called Belknap Hot Springs. So it's not called Salome Hot Springs like it is in the game. And when I looked it up, I'm gonna put the screenshots on your screen. That's Tucker's camp. You can see this here, this little walkway circle thing. You can even see this bridge, this house, and this pool. It's just called Belknap Hot Springs. And it is not along Bear Creek like it is in the game. In real life, it is along the Mackenzie River, which isn't anywhere in the game. This river is called Bear Creek. It's the same river that's here. These are the Bear Creek Hot Springs. Yeah, so that was interesting, and it's also not west of Three Finger Jack. Three Finger Jack is more like north of Hot Springs in real life, and the entire location is actually a lot more like the Cascade region. It's less deserty, if that's a word. So yeah, the quotation marks don't always mean that's the location's real name. Remember, these are based on real places. They may be renamed or reorganized. There could be some kind of hint in the collectibles page. Yeah, so where do we go to historical markers? Let me see. Salome Hot Springs. So this right here, it just says Salome Hot Springs. It does say the Salt Springs, and if we read over here, it tells you who found it. And for some reason, it says Salome was at one time called the Salt Springs because of its mineral salt content. Yeah, so maybe the place in real life used to be called the Salt Springs, and then it was renamed Belknap Springs because there is a place called Salt Springs. I don't know. But yeah, it makes you curious. It makes you want to research the thing more. I've been nerding out a lot over the geography of Oregon because of this game. Now that we're done, it's time I hold your hand through every region, telling you everything that I know from the names of the roads and the various landmarks, and how I know my way around each region. Okay, so I think this is the perfect moment in the video for me to ask you guys to consider subscribing if you enjoyed what you've seen so far. The past 24 minutes that you have seen were a much bigger editing effort from me, so I really hope you guys appreciated it, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it. I would also like to give a shout out to Sponicus Rex, as the editing style for the first 20 minutes or so of this video are heavily inspired by his Art of War playlist, so when you have the time, check it out. It is linked in the description. But now this is the hand-holding part, and we are starting with Cascade. Now, how this is gonna go is I'm going to be basically applying all of the rules that I just showed you, all of the steps that I have just showed you. And yeah, after I'm done with each region, I am going to tell you about common dirt trails that I, throughout the game, have found to be useful or constantly used, to the point where I did memorize a few dirt trails and paths between landmarks. So yeah, and once I'm done with every region in the game, I am going to talk about the cut regions from the game. So yeah, for now, let's open up the map. I am at the very bottom of Cascade, and Cascade has 3 roads. They're kind of hard to see here on the map, but if you zoom in, you will come to realize that all of these roads, well, this is where 2 of these roads intersect. They are shaped kind of like a sideways pie. This is another intersection between the roads. And yeah, so this is one road that goes just straight along the east edge of the map, and then it like turns around and goes down like kind of like an umbrella hook. So if I'm pointing at the Old Pioneers Cemetery Nero checkpoint, we've got a full length of a line, and here's the rest of it, sort of. So yeah, This is called the Cascade Highway, and we can see that on this crossroad sign. This is the Cascade Highway. Like I said, this is parallel to the sign, so this is the name of this exact road. The other road that intersects with is Old Belknap Road. So it intersects with both roads. This one just goes vertically up. The other two, you can imagine they are horizontal, and yeah, one at the bottom and then one at the top side of the map. This one is called Old Belknap Road. The other one is called Old Wagon Road, as we will see in a second. And yeah, this road does have a blown up bridge. I'll get to that in just 1 second. So let's just ride along it. See, this is one of those detours. We reached a roadblock, and so we just go around it. And now we're on the other side of that roadblock. We are a little bit far. I'm pretty sure there's another detour on like the other side of it. Yeah, you can see, here it is. This right here is a detour. It's a dirt trail that goes around a roadblock. Yeah, it starts a little early, which is why I missed it. Okay, so this is where we came back from the detour. So, make note of a few landmarks you may find along the way, like this train bridge. That's gonna come in handy soon. And here is where it intersects with the other road. There is a little bit of danger here. There's a few freaks out and about. This is Caldera Hydro Project, which Caldera apparently has something to do with craters and lava rock, which is where the dam gets its name from. So, like we said, Cascade Highway, which is what we were on, and this is Old Wagon Road. This is called Old Wagon Road. This is the other horizontal road that's on the top side of the map. And this is one of those signs with only a single name on it. So yeah, and this is a hydro dam. So let me show you what it's like. So this road, like I said, it's sort of horizontal. It leads all the way till the separation point between Cascade and Belknap. So Cascade and Belknap are separated by this ridge. I'm gonna call it Separation Ridge based on a lot of clues that I have gotten throughout the game. So yeah, over here is a blown up bridge, and you can see there's a trail right here, but this trail leads to the hydro dam. Now, there aren't any bridges between these two runs. This is technically a run because it is on the sides of a river. This river is called Horse Creek, and then this lake right here is Horse Lake. You may think that this lake is actually Horse Lake because of the Horse Lake Nero checkpoint, but this is actually not Horse Lake. If you notice, there is a horde that you unlock later in the game called Horse Lake Horde, and their drinking ground is all the way over here. This is where their cave is. So yeah, this is the Caldera Hydro Dam. And so this blown up bridge, in order to cross it, you have to actually take the path that you take during prologue, which is all the way back here. So you have to take, I believe, this is the dirt trail, and then it basically crosses the bridge, and now you're on this side, and then you're just traveling along the trails here, and then you end up crossing this bridge. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is that detour we took earlier, and if I go down here, this is a run along Horse Creek, and if we follow the path, like the rippers say, we're eventually gonna get to a bridge that connects this run to another run. And now we're on the other side of Horse Creek. And now, as soon as we hit the road, this is the other side of that blown up bridge. So now we can see the north side of the Cascade Highway. And this leads all the way to where we found Alvarez, the old pioneer cemetery, and then there's the Nero checkpoint up here. So if I continue all the way, we've got ourselves a Nero checkpoint all the way at the end. And there's actually, right by the Nero checkpoint, another road that leads down to a second gate for the old pioneer cemetery. So this is the path that Leon takes after he hides the stash. He probably tried to get out through the main gate, noticed Deacon and Boozer, and then just turned around, came this way, went up, and then he escaped down. Okay, so now if I open the map, now that we know that there is a road right here that goes all the way across, and then another road all the way down here that also goes all the way across, like we said, Old Belknap Road, Old Wagon Road, Cascade Highway. Okay? We're going to want to start organizing landmarks around them. So, most notably, we've got O'Leary Mountain Safe House, which is a mountain at the very, very center of the map. This one is not that hard to realize. Now, most of the regions in the game have both a lookout tower, a fire watch tower, and a radio tower. In the case of Cascade, we've got the O'Leary Mountain fire watch tower, and we also have, to the west of it, Cascade radio tower ambush camp. This is the camp that Copeland asks us to clear right at the very end of prologue. So if you have finished prologue, you will see right here there is a mission called No Starving Patriots. That is the Cascade radio tower. And so, another very notable landmark is Copeland's camp, and it is at the very south of the map. Now, if you actually follow, so this is, like I said, this is Horse Lake. Now, on this side, you see these water, like creeks. These are called the Metolius Springs. There is a brown sign right somewhere over here that says Metolius Springs. This is called Metolius Springs, and up here you see this historical marker. This is called Rainbow Falls. So, if you follow the water, Rainbow Falls, which is north of Wagon Road, pours into the Metolius Springs, which pour into the Horse Lake, which are blocked by the Caldera Hydro Dam. Then Horse Creek means river, by the way. I did not know that before researching for this video. So, Horse Creek goes all the way down, and we can see over here, Horse Creek Ambush Camp. So, it goes all the way down, and it keeps going, and then over here we have Proxy Falls, which also pours into Horse Creek. And if I follow the path for the river, we eventually end up taking a slight turn. It kind of like goes down and then makes a U-turn and then goes back up. And over here, we've got a bridge. This is the bridge where we start to investigate Leon. And if I follow the water right here, it eventually ends up being all the way at Peaceful Lake. So yeah, that is Peaceful Lake. That is quite an interesting path for the water. And then over here, north of Old Belknap Road, we've got Big Bear Lake, and we also have Little Bear Lake, which is right here somewhere It's easier to see actually on the map, so yeah. Then there's another river up here. I don't know what the name of this river is. I have not found a single clue that states what it's called. Maybe it's called Separation River because, like I said, there is a mission that takes place just north of here. It's called here about a Ripper Camp, and this area is referred to as Separation Meadow, hence why I gave this ridge the name Separation Ridge. Okay? And so I have not figured out a name for this lake just yet. We've got, of course, Horse Lake Nero checkpoint, but Horse Lake, like I said, is here. So yeah. And then there's also another river here and a waterfall, also completely unnamed. As you can see, there are no historical markers around, but important landmarks to know about. So east of O'Leary Mountain, you've got the logging camp. I think it's called the High Desert Logging Camp. We'll check the road sign in just a sec. And then on the east side is Cascade Radio Tower Ambush Camp. And then up north here is Mount Jefferson. That is the very beautiful white mountain you see at the very top of the map. And of course, Jefferson Rail Tunnel Ambush Camp, which, speaking of Jefferson Rail Tunnel, one cool thing I like about the Cascade region is the train track, which from later on in the game we learn the name of this train track is called the Cascade Lakes Railway. So it starts at the east side of the map and ends at the north side of the map, but the interesting part is that at the north end you have an ambush camp, and at the very south end you have another ambush camp, and not just that, you have 3 hordes, all 50 made up of 50 freakers each, available to you at the very beginning of the game. The first one is at the beginning of the rail, the second one is in the middle of the rail, and then the last one is at the top of the rail. So you've got Proxy Falls Horde, which is located right here at these Proxy Falls, and then you have the Death Train Horde, which is located right here, and then you have the White King Mine Horde, which feeds along here, but the White King Mine is actually over here. So what have we learned so far? We've got, at the north end, we have Pioneer Cemetery, Rainbow Falls, Horse Creek, Jefferson Rail Tunnel Ambush Camp, and Mount Jefferson. Then we have the White King Mine, and then along Wagon Road, or Old Wagon Road, we have Horse Lake Nero Checkpoint and the Death Train Horde, and then we have the Hydro Dam at the other end. We learned that there's a river that flows along this side of the map called Horse Creek. We also have the Cascade Highway that runs beside it. And of course, we have the Pioneer Cemetery, and let's not forget the Grotto Caves, which are located right here, right beside the Pioneer Cemetery. So did I miss anything? We've got the logging camp, O'Leary Mountain, the Cascade Radio Tower Ambush Camp, and Separation Meadow. Then we have Little Bear Lake, Nero Checkpoint, and Little Bear Lake itself. Big Bear Lake. Over here, there's a small, lookout area that's pretty lovely. I can show it to you in a sec. And then we have the trail that leads up to O'Leary Mountain. Yeah. And then we've got Peaceful Lake down here, and there's a research site, Nero research site, somewhere down here. I think it's here. This is it, I think. Yeah. So one more piece of information, tiny piece of information, is Buck Meadow Bridge. So this area here is called Buck Meadow, and I'm not sure which exactly is the bridge itself. It could be this one, because we learned this from the prologue mission, track Leon along Buck Meadow Bridge. That's what the active mission log says. So it may also be the bridge that we take right before reaching him. So let me show you all each one of these locations. Just quickly, I wanted to talk a little bit about the Buck Meadow area. Now, this is a familiar sight, although the bike is missing mirrors. So, this is where Deacon and Boozer went to search for Leon. And it may seem like as if we are heading north. And I'm pretty sure I can't use this anymore. Oh, I can. Good, they fixed it. Although I don't think you can use it backwards, can you? No, you can't. Okay. So, now north is now this way, and now we're headed a little bit eastward. And then all of a sudden, because it's a little confusing, we keep heading eastward, and then we get to this part, and then now we're heading southward from here. Okay? So now when you hear me say Buck Meadow Bridge, it is this bridge right here. And, well, now we're actually not headed southwards, we're still heading east. But as soon as we get to the part where we killed Leon, now we're pointed southward. Get it? It can be a little confusing, but here's Leon's corpse, and if we keep heading from the Cascade Highway, you can see where it's broken. We actually descend down and we go around this part. So let me look at the map. We are here, we are pointed southwards. So this is the broken bridge. This is the Proxy Falls Horde's feeding ground up here. Yeah, so this is the trail that we take downwards. It wraps around, and then the Proxy Falls Horde basically resides here. And then here is the Marauder camp, where a certain mission takes place. And you may have seen it in an E3 trailer. Before we head down to where Leon is killed, this is Buck Meadow Bridge here. There's a little bit of a gap that goes into a sort of feeding ground for a horde, and this is where the waterfall basically is. So there's a gate that can get blown up right outside of this camp. This area is very, very confusing, and I wanted to show you it in detail, and here's what I'm talking about. So here is the watering ground for the Proxy Falls Horde. And if I go through here, this was the place where that horde would reside. There's a lot of trash here. And that's the gate. And there is the bridge. There's the Proxy Falls Horde's cave. And then the Marauder camp is all the way out here. And you can actually blow up this gate. And you can also go through this fence right here. So yeah, this is technically Horse Creek, so Proxy Falls, like I said, pours into Horse Creek, and then Horse Creek just keeps flowing southward. And then it goes all the way down here, right to where the Proxy Falls Horde drinks. All the way down here. So, we've already showed you the Nero checkpoint, and let me show you the Pioneer Cemetery, because there are a few interesting things to take note of. So this is the North Gate, and then here in the middle between both gates we've got the Weeping Angel statue, and then we have, of course, up here the feeding ground for a horde. So yeah, this is where Grotto Cave's horde feeds. And we also have an infestation nest here at this barn. So yeah. And there's one more point of interest. So here is the southern gate. And here is the only grave with a name. This is a member of the MC. So the motorcycle club that Deacon and Boozer are a part of is called the Mongrels. The symbol for it, the logo for it, is a dead dog chewing through a chain, or a hound of hell chewing through a chain. And yeah, this is Harlan Nelson, devoted husband, father, friend, brother, never defeated even in death. So where the game mentions this is in Deacon's journal. So if I go up to storylines, let's check progress. And I believe it's in, okay, so it's in the Infestation Exterminator storylines. If you go to Pioneer Cemetery Infestation, I came out here to the Pioneer Cemetery just once back in the day. Harlan Nelson, one of the MC old-timers, died of lung cancer a few months after I patched in. Mongrels from all over the Pacific Northwest rode in for the funeral. Biker funerals are something else. 100 bikes, 1,000 cans of beer, most of it being poured into his open grave. In that world, no bigger sign of respect. And we have one more point of interest, right outside the south gate. So, this is where Alvarez died, and this is a statue of Peter Skeen Ogden, the first explorer of Oregon, or as Deacon told Sarah, the first white explorer. So yeah, if you hear that name, you know who that is. Now if I take this trail,
taking out freaks, yeah? Go at it, fellas.
this leads into the Grotto Caves, or the High Desert Grotto, whatever the hell you want to call it. As you can see, we have an entrance here. And yeah, the way in, so this does not lead anywhere, this is just a cavern-ish thing. Here, you actually have tunnels, if I can see. You just have one tunnel, and it's not that hard to navigate. So, if I follow it, we have a little bit of a gap here on the right, doesn't lead anywhere, and then over here we have two paths. This path here on the bottom leads to a horde hibernating location, and then up here we reach a Nero injector, which actually overlooks the other part of the cave. So yeah, that other tunnel would have led all the way here, and then over here we don't have anything in this gap, but yeah, at the end we have a Nero injector and a micro recorder. So yeah, if I hop down here, I'm now at the other tunnel. So now if I head out, I just have to go this way, and then I'm back out. Another thing to point out is that there is also a side entrance to the Grotto Caves. This just overlooks where that first cavern is, and it looks like I got stuck, so if you guys did, just roll and Deacon will be free. So we've got a path here, you can overlook this cavern-ish area, and then the tunnel entrance, we can crawl under here. And then we jump down, and we can look into the tunnel entrance. I'll show you this from the bottom. So here we are at the bottom tunnel. If I turn on my flashlight, this is where we were at just a second ago. Okay, so now this is where I am, and I'm gonna take a trail that leads to Rainbow Falls, and I'm gonna show another location where a specific mission takes place, and then I'm gonna follow the exact trail that leads to Jefferson Rail Tunnel Ambush Camp. Obviously, there's nothing behind it, so the trail is on the front side of the mountain, and then it goes around this water tower, and you get eventually to the White King Mine area. This is one common dirt trail that you might use throughout the game. So this is another place for an infestation nest for the old Pioneer Cemetery. And I believe Rainbow Falls is right here. So if I hop off, there it is. Here's the historical marker for it.
That's interesting.
And now you can see there's this footbridge. And now this right here is an area where you could potentially get confused. This leads down to the Metolius Springs. And then this right here continues up. But there is a path upwards. So this path at the bottom leads to the Jefferson. So this is the trail that's along the bottom side of Mount Jefferson. Okay? And then up here, there is an anarchist mission that takes place all the way up here. And this is the road for it. And these may split off, but they meet at the north side, so it's not that confusing. So here it is. Yeah, there's a jump. But this is the bottom side, and then the top road would have been the sniper area. And there is just a few useless trails up here, but they basically just loop around. It's just a hill with a trail at the top and bottom. As you can see, that's where we were. And then, yeah, this is where we were. This area up here is for where the snipers would stand during the mission. And as you can see, our trails meet again where I said they split off. So now let's go back. And we can just follow the trail that we were on earlier. And as you can see, this is Old Wagon Road, but the trail kind of continues up here. This is Horse Lake Horde's cave. And then if I continue here, there's the water tower. And then we go around this lake basically. Because the trail splits off again over here. This path up here leads to Jefferson Rail Tunnel Ambush Camp, and then this path down here will lead you to the White King Mine area. So this is where they feed. That right there is the Jefferson Rail Tunnel, and that, you can barely see it, but it's Mount Jefferson. And then we have a couple of bridges over here. And you can see, if I follow this bridge, it leads all the way to the White King mine. Pretty easy, really. So if we're using the debug menu mod under points of interest in Cascade, the White King mine is called Lady Francis Mine. There is no other mention of this anywhere else in the game, unless I missed one. If I did, comment it below, and I will reply to your comment. So now let's look at the middle part of the map that's in between Old Wagon Road and Old Belknap Road. And so if I take this trail, this is a trail that is right beside the separation ridge. And here we are, this is the tunnel that separates Cascade and Belknap. So yeah. And of course, if you ride along this road, you will come across the Horse Lake Nero checkpoint. And what does this sign say? That does say Horse Lake Recreation Area. So I'm guessing both lakes are called Horse Lake, which I find to be a little bit odd, because the Horse Lake Horde themselves don't touch Horse Lake. Right? Anyways. I may be wrong about a few of these names, but this is what I learned. So, if I take the trail that's right here, this takes us to Separation Meadow, and it leads to the Cascade Radio Tower ambush camp. Let's just imagine that there are 3 vertical lines in between Old Wagon Road and Old Belknap Road, and this is the one on the west side. You just keep on following it. And then down here is the Ripper Camp. And of course, up here is the Cascade Radio Tower ambush camp. And yeah, this splits off, but they both lead to the same area. And so, this trail would lead me down to Little Bear Lake, but I wanted to show the middle part of the map, and this is O'Leary Mountain. There's a river between these two, so if I head up here, you can see these 2 poles. So this down here is a common path. This leads to the O'Leary Mountain Horde area. But if you go here and then turn left, this is a very common trail that you're gonna use. We eventually reach all the way up to O'Leary Mountain. Let's hope we have enough momentum. Inertia. I think the correct term is inertia. Okay, so now that I've made it up to O'Leary Mountain, here's an easy path you can take. So from the gate, we go all the way down. So like I said, this is one of those dirt roads, the main dirt roads, with the grass median. It's wide enough for a car. I don't count it as a trail. And over here is the logging camp. And it leads all the way down to Old Belknap Road. And as you can see by this sign, this road does not have a name. So I have, based on the knowledge that I have gathered from the articles, I have called it O'Leary Firewatch Drive. And so if I take this trail right here, this is that cool lookout area that I was mentioning. I believe it's up here actually. Yeah, as you can see, I don't know every single trail 100%, but I know them just enough to be able to navigate. Knowing where each landmark is very, very important. So yeah, this is that lookout. It's got some loot, but let's turn around and leave. And so here we are at the logging camp. We've got one circular road. If I go down here, this is the Cascade Highway. And then we have this sign that says High Desert Logging. So I'm gonna give this particular segment of road the name Cascade Logging Drive. And then we have one straight road that goes through a circle. We can actually give both of these roads the name High Desert Logging Bay. So a bay is a circular road. And these are all of the main dirt roads in Cascade. None of them have names, but we have given them our own names. Time to move on to the southern part of the Cascade map. And I'll start with an easy path that you're gonna keep on using to get to Peaceful Lake. So, if we get on Old Belknap Road, you're gonna see a brown sign right before a fallen tree. And this brown sign, if I go up here, this is a run along the creek, Horse Creek, and it eventually leads to Copeland's camp.
Hey, someone's here. Oh, hey, open up. I've seen him before.
And if I take the south gate,
Get it.
I can get to the Nero checkpoint. If I follow this path right here, and then just cross right here, and here we are, the Nero checkpoint. Which, the other side of the Nero checkpoint is just a trail that's on top of a hill that goes around the Cascade Highway. There are a couple of spots here in the south, to the south of Old Belknap Road that I forgot to mention. Remember when we chase Reynolds when Deacon finds out that his bike was stolen by Copeland? So, if we actually move here, in this area there is a marauder camp that we pass through. And it is right over here. Do you see it? There's actually a mission that takes place here, where we save somebody who's taken hostage at this shack. And so basically, we chase Reynolds through this camp, and then we head down here, which leads us straight to the south gate of Copeland's camp. Here it is. So here's another common path you can take from Copeland's camp. If you notice, here is where the run kind of, this is kind of like a bridge, but it's not a bridge. I don't know what you'd call that, but the two runs connect. So if I ignore the run and actually come down here, so if I imagine that this is sort of rocky mountain or a ridge that separates the trails here from Old Belknap Road, this trail right here goes all the way to the Cascade Highway, but this one right here goes up to Little Bear Lake Nero checkpoint. Now this does go to a cabin with a historical marker, but we want the path that's up here. Because it leads to Little Bear Lake Nero checkpoint. And if I look all the way over here, this down here is Little Bear Lake. And of course we got its name from the Nero checkpoint as well as the Horde. So a couple more things to show. If I head over here, now this side of the trail just leads down to Little Bear Lake, but this up here, doesn't matter if you take left or right, they both lead to the same area. But we end up at the run that leads all the way up to the Cascade Radio Tower ambush camp. But if I head down here, this is Big Bear Lake. And here is the sign for it, Big Bear Lake Recreation Area. This is the roadblock from very early on. The first fist fight that we have, that's the Humvee that we push into the water. So, Big Bear Lake, keep it in mind that this lake is at the very bottom of O'Leary Mountain on the south side. So yeah. Now I'm gonna show a couple more trails that we can take. So our first trail is from Big Bear Lake, goes all the way up to O'Leary Mountain. And here we are. There is one last trail that I forgot to mention around O'Leary Mountain. So if we take this dirt trail here on the right, and then we go to the left instead of going to the right, so this trail on the right leads down to Big Bear Lake, and then this trail here on the left will be kind of familiar. Because if I go here on the right, we are going to end up right at the Marauder camp from Prologue, Drifters on the Mountain. And this is a very familiar scene. And my aim is off. But yeah, Drifters on the Mountain. And if I follow this trail all the way to the end, where we're gonna end up is right at the bottom here. This is the trail that I showed at the north end of Big Bear Lake. North? No. At the east end of Big Bear Lake, sorry. And this is one of the brown signs that I said will never load text on it. It's supposed to say Big Bear Lake Recreation Area, just like the sign that's on the other side of the lake. So there is one more road that I forgot to talk about, and it is the road leading to the Smoke on the Mountain Marauder Camp, which is a mission that you unlock a little bit after Prologue. If you finish No Starving Patriots, you're gonna get this mission. And from O'Leary Mountain, here's how we get to it. So we ignore the first trail on the right side, as well as ignoring the second trail, because the second trail, all it does is lead to this trail right here. It intersects with it, basically. As you can see, this goes down. And so, we take the trail that's right afterwards. And we go all the way down here. And as you can see, this also intersects with the trail that leads up to the O'Leary Mountain Horde Cave. And now, it's over there. So, that leads to the Death Train area. And then up here, we should end up right at the O'Leary Mountain Horde's Horde Cave. So now you know where we're at. And another trail that is very common for us to take leads us all the way down to the Death Train Horde. So if I go down here, if I take this path on the right, and then I take another right, we go in between these two poles, and then if I head straight forward, I'm gonna end up at the O'Leary Mountain Horde Cave, and then on the left, we go down, and then we keep following the path down. And we're gonna end up at the Death Train Horde's feeding ground. Which leads me nicely to the Belknap area. We've got two more points of interest to talk about in Cascade, which are of course the tunnels that go into Belknap area. So these two tunnels are the only two ways of going from Cascade to Belknap. This one down here, as we mentioned earlier in the video, is called Belknap Tunnel. This one up here is called Marion Forks Tunnel, like we see with this checkpoint. Marion Forks Tunnel, Nero checkpoint. Okay, so now that Deacon has his prologue bike back, I'll leave that for another video on how I did this. We also have the mirrors. Before I begin with Belknap, I would like to mention something else. I mentioned Sponicus Rex earlier and how he inspired the first 30 minutes of this video. He is actually the entire inspiration for this video. So a while back, and by a while it was probably March or something, or February, I don't remember. I was watching one of his streams and he mentioned how Claire 8-Bit Terror, his girlfriend, was doing a no bike playthrough where she was just walking, because she, despite having 15, I think, playthroughs, still gets lost in Cascade, and she was basically trying to learn the map a lot better by doing this whole walking Deke thing. It actually did not work as well, but yeah, I don't know how much she learned of the map through that playthrough, but basically, that when he mentioned this, I realized, oh hey, that's one of my skills. I'm actually good at this in the game. I know my way around the entire map. I play on Survival 2 multiple times, and I just know my way. I know where everything is, so I'm gonna make a video about it. And well, this is what inspired the video, and it was only in one of his later streams. I think it was like a week or two after, and he was talking about his Art of War playlist and how he makes his videos. And his videos, by the way, they are only a few minutes long. This one was more like 30 minutes of the first half of the video, you know, and it let's just say it takes a really long time to make it in that style. He was talking about how he would write a script and then record it in voiceover, and then Claire would do all the editing. And I decided, because I saw a lot of other YouTube advice channels, how, you know, they said that you should begin by, you know, writing a title and then making the thumbnail, and then you would write a script, record a voiceover, and then add your B-roll footage on top of, you know, a footage of you basically talking to the camera, but in the case of a gaming channel, it's gaming footage. And that's what I basically did. I wrote a script, recorded a voiceover, and it was a matter of adding all of the B-roll, and it was hard. It required me to increase my editing skills, learn a lot of new tricks. So I really hope you guys are enjoying this. So now let's get on with Belknap. And like I said way earlier in the video, the first two chapters are swappable. And this is the case here in Belknap. We have two very major landmarks, or maybe even three major landmarks, you could say. We have this mountain here in the very middle. It is called Three-Fingered Jack. Now, who is Jack and why did three people finger him? We will never know. Anyways, we also have here the twin craters. This is Belknap crater, and this is the other one. This black rocky stuff, these are the twin craters. So this is the area south of the twin craters, as you will hear about it throughout the game. We have the twin craters horde, and we have a mission that is located here. Tucker will say, will tell you to go south of the twin craters. This is what she means. And the third major landmark is here. It is Belknap Caves. Belknap Caves ambush camp, Belknap Caves. And this is the Belknap Crater Horde, named after its feeding location, which is somewhere along here, along the Mackenzie Pass. This is the name of this road. We'll get into the roads in a sec. So yeah, so we also have up here Marion Forks, Shadow Lake, and over here, this entire area is the Bear Creek Hot Springs. This is Patchen's Lakes. Here is the refugee camp where Sarah was supposedly taken to. And here is Bear Creek, and of course, the Belknap Hot Springs, as I mentioned earlier in the video. The Salome Hot Springs, or Tucker's camp, in real life is just called the Belknap Hot Springs. And then over here-ish, this is a research site, and you know, this is called Rebel Rock, this entire area right here. And if I go even further south, you see here this black rocky stuff. This is another crater known as Black Crater. And here is Black Crater Ambush Camp. And another mission also takes place here in the middle. And then we have the Iron Butte Pass Nero checkpoint, as well as the end of the Mackenzie Pass Wagon Road Ambush Camp, which you unlock way later in the game. I don't think this is a spoiler because you can literally ride up to the gate and see the smoke, and Deacon won't comment on it until you basically unlock the region. And yeah. And of course, we can't forget about Crazy Willie's. This is the Frontier Motel and Crazy Willie's garage and I guess bar-ish. It looks more like a convenience store, to be honest, despite them saying that it's a bar. And yeah, there are 3 major roads in the game. And there's also another spot we're gonna get to, which is located right here, but I'm gonna talk about it much later. So, we have this road here. We know this to be Black Crater Road, and if we follow it, it actually doesn't go along the north end of Three Finger Jack, it actually goes through Three Finger Jack. So, it goes up here and then it goes down south. This is a common sniper ambush spot. So, if we follow it, we end up at a tunnel. This tunnel is not mentioned in the game, doesn't have a name, so it would be called Three-Fingered Jack's Tunnel, which is more detail about why 3 people fingered Jack's Tunnel. I don't know. Anyways, so if we continue following this road, we end up at Patchen's Lakes, and yes, it is lakes with an S because there's 1 lake, 2, and 3. And if I go over to the Horde, wait, no, the Horde can appear on the map, right? No, I think I killed it. So if I go to storylines, go to progress. If I go to Horde Killer, here it is. Patchen's Lakes Horde with an S. And let's get back to the map. So we keep going down here, and then this is a broken part of the road with a detour going around it. And over here is Black Crater Ambush Camp, as we've discussed before. Over here is a common spot where you'd find survivors. Sometimes there's a survivor inside this blue car. Another time it is underneath this bridge, so don't be confused if you if you pass by here and you don't see the survivor. No, the game is not glitched. The survivor is literally under the bridge. And then we have over here the Iron Butte Pass Nero checkpoint. This one is full of rippers, so be careful. Now, this is a trail right here that we take commonly to get to Hot Springs from Crazy Willie's. So you exit Crazy Willie's, and then you take this trail, and then come down here, and then you get on this other trail. You follow this along the river, and get into Hot Springs. So yeah, that's interesting. And so this is where Black Crater Road ends, and this is all Old Belknap Road. It's the one from Cascade. We left it at Little Bear Lake near a checkpoint, and then we entered the Belknap region. Now, unlike Old Wagon Road up here, which changed its name to Black Crater Road, this one did not change its name. It is still called Old Belknap Road. You'll see a crossroads sign right here, which still calls it Old Belknap Road, which makes sense because this is the Belknap region. It goes down Crazy Willie's, intersects with this road. It's called Mackenzie Wagon Road, or the Mackenzie Pass, or in real life it's called the Mackenzie Highway. It is also called the Mackenzie Pass. Yeah, and then it goes all the way down here, intersects with Black Crater Road, and now all of a sudden it's called Hawksbeard Road, which, by the way, is not accessible as soon as you get to this part of the map. This is not accessible. This is the most beautiful road in the game, in my opinion, and I made a video about it and how to access it. So, check it out once you're done with this video. And over here we have Mackenzie Wagon Road. It's all the way across here. And this is Belknap Crater, as we discussed earlier. And over here we have the Lava Arch. It's literally like just an archway, as one of the characters in the game later on puts it. The rock would harden on the outside while the molten core still flowed on the inside like buried rivers. And that's basically kind of what happened here, I guess. This is how this was formed. That's my guess. I may be wrong about this. But yeah, I couldn't find the lava arch on a real map, so if you know anything, comment it below. And then if we keep following this road, we end up on Marion Forks. So this is the town of Marion Forks. It is not very hard to navigate. A few landmarks to take note of. This farmhouse has some good loot inside of it. This here hangar has a nest inside of it. There's nothing inside this barn. You can count the barn as a part of this farmhouse, maybe. And I've given this barn house the name the Shadow Lake Farmhouse because it's right by Shadow Lake. As you can see, Shadow Lake Horde, Shadow Lake. And this creek is called Fish Lake Creek. I had to look that one up from the real map. Or you could call it the Mackenzie River. It's your choice, really. And then we have a nest in this building, and in this building, this is the Marion Family Supermarket. And then we have a bridge. Okay, so here is, past the bridge, we have Hungry Jim's. Hungry Jim's is a pancake diner, and there's a very big statue right in front of it. Over here is a gas station with a nest inside it. This building is a sporting goods store. And then over here is a little church. And then we have the Old Wagon Hotel, which has some loot inside of it. Over here, I guess it's some kind of municipal building, or I don't know. I never go into this building. I know I have been in there before a few times, but I don't remember anything. I guess this is some kind of transportation building because they have a few containers back here and a hangar. Yeah. Over here is another diner. There's a nest inside of here, and then we have a road, kind of like a neighborhood or a cul-de-sac, except there's no round part at the end. We have a few houses. This is a house that's under construction. Keep that in mind. This is Tucker's house. So, you know, Tucker's camp, Tucker's house, and funnily enough, there's a car that's crashed into the back of this house. If you open the hood, there is a oil filter suppressor for your weapons that actually respawns right here. Something that I learned only recently. And then over here is another blue house. A certain character you meet later on in the game lives inside of this house. And then this, I don't know, some kind of garage. Unimportant. So yeah, and then this is another burnt house. And this is an important green main dirt road. It goes all the way up to a trail that leads up to Three Finger Jack, a lookout point right here, and a historical marker. And you're going to use this road up until right here. Okay, so you're going to take this dirt trail, and you're going to end up at this other dirt trail, which goes down here. Now this is called Fitz Loop Road. This is one of the roads that have a repeating name. It ends all the way over here on the other side of the tunnel, and it leads you all the way to the Bear Creek Hot Springs ambush camp. And just north of this here dirt trail, there is a bit of a mine shaft looking kind of building. It's not a mine shaft, it's a building with an elevator. You climb on this side and then you can hop inside, and there's what looks like an elevator. At least it looks kind of like the one from Silent Hill Downpour, like the very early part of the game. Yeah. Which is why I'm assuming that it is an elevator. I have a theory on what this building is, and once I check it out, I'm gonna not spoil anything. I'm gonna mention one name, and once you hear it throughout the game, you're gonna realize that it is referencing this building. And you're gonna be like, wait, I know where that is. So, moving on, I've mentioned Shadow Lake, and we have a run that goes from here and goes all the way around. And this is the feeding ground, and this is the water area. Shadow Lake Horde, actually, you might come here during the day and you won't find them. Just check the drinking area. Sometimes they are over there. They spawn here and then they start traveling their way into the cave. So, on the subject of Fitzloop Road. This road right here that begins here, this is a main dirt road. It goes down here and then ends up here at the Mackenzie Pass. This is also Fitzloop Road. Now it intersects with this road right here. It's kind of like a straight line down to Crazy Willie's. Yeah, it has some bends to it. This is called Crater Ridge Road. Now you're thinking, hey, didn't you call this ridge Separation Ridge? Well, this road right beside it is called Crater Ridge Road. Why don't you call it Crater Ridge? Because this is not a crater. Now, this road actually continues here, and it ends up here. Now, you see this segment of road? It is right by this crater, and this is the ridge of the crater. You get it? Crater Ridge Road, it's right by the crater's ridge. Which, yeah, I'm still sticking with Separation Ridge for the name of this. I could be wrong, you could still call it Crater Ridge. Anyways, we have another road that goes from Crater Ridge Road to the Mackenzie Wagon Road, and it is called Graham Road. And remember when I said every region has a fire watchtower and a radio tower? Well, the fire watchtower is right here in Belknap on the east slope of Three Finger Jack. A mission takes place here. If you come here, you're gonna find marauders. And just like in Cascade, there is a main dirt road right here without a name. Again, Belknap, Firewatch Drive, or something, whatever you want to call it. And then we have this trail, we take it here, and it ends up at the hot springs. So the radio tower is up here right by the refugee camp. Again, another mission takes place, and there's another infestation nest here. So yeah, this is the refugee camp west of Three Finger Jack. Now that we're done, let's actually see everything in actuality and see which roads we're gonna take. Yeah, the dirt trails, there's not much dirt trails. All you need to know is a few dirt trails that start here, take you to the Horde and the camp that's right here. You also need one dirt trail goes east of here and leads you to the Horde. And then you have, of course, the trails that go off of this road and take you to the Bear Creek Hot Springs area. And then you have the trails that go up to the refugee camp. Any trails that you might want to use to get from here all the way to here, it's pretty easy to navigate. And of course, this trail. You do not need any more trails in the Belknap region. Everything is pretty straightforward. So yeah, let's actually see everything in actuality and ride along all of these roads. So we're here at the Marion Forks Tunnel near a checkpoint. And we're gonna head straight north. And I have not been mentioning the direction signs. This says Marion Forks and Salome Hot Springs. And then over here we have a crossroads sign. As we can see, Fitzloop Road, Black Crater Road. And then we have a dirt trail. This is the run that goes around Shadow Lake. And over here we have the Shadow Lake farmhouse, the barn, and the house with the good loot. It is white. It is very distinct. This is a hangar garage area, or like a tractor garage, if you can call it that stores a infestation nest inside. And you can also see Mount Jefferson from here. I guess this is Mount Jefferson, unless it's over there. Nah, this is more like a side view. And then there's another building here with a nest, and then Marion family grocers. Yep. And then what does that say? Big Meadow Pharmacy. So yeah, just go around and learn the map. We have one of these signs: Iron Butte Ranch, Diamond Lake, Crater Lake, lower accurate locations. I'm not gonna tell you if these are cut regions from the game or if there's stuff you unlock later. You have to play the game to find out.
There we go.
And over here we have a sign: Mackenzie Wagon Road and the Black Crater Road. This is sign number 2 that won't load any text on it, ever. So now you know. And let's continue on through Marion Forks. And as you can see, Hungry Jim's. This is Hungry Jim's. This is Jim himself. And these are his Pam cakes. Get it? Anyone here a fan of The Office? This is Jim and Pam cake. And then we have the gas station with an infestation nest. And if we continue on, we have the sporting goods store. Let's see what it's called. Oh, it's more of a fish store. There is a cutscene where he does call this place a sporting goods store. It's not exactly a sport store, it's a fish store. That's weird. Maybe I'm missing something because I don't fish IRL. Maybe that is a sporting goods store, for whatever reason you want to call it that. And we have the Old Wagon Hotel. It has good loot inside of it. And the church. That's a spoiler. I'm gonna censor that. Something happens at the church. And then what do we have over here? What is this building? This is the Marion Forks Government Offices. Yeah, I said it's some kind of municipal building. And then we have a bookstore. Why did I think that was a bar? I mean, look inside. That... Oh yeah, the counter threw me off. So yeah. And then we have the street with the houses. This is a mechanic shop. Lopez family was here. These are the random stories left by the developers that make you think, oh hey, what happened here? So yeah, this is a certain character's house. This is a bear in a big blue house. This is his house. You'll find a bear here. Wait! There is a bear fight. Easter egg? Like during this particular mission. Yeah. Bit of a spoiler, I know. And then house under construction. And Tucker's house. I said there was a car with a respawnable silencer. It is right back here. And if I approach it, yep, there's the silencer. You can see it. It is a top mount oil filter. And yeah. She has a greenhouse. And quite a lovely corn garden by the looks of it. Let's move on to our next landmark. What the hell is that? Is that a screamer? Yep, another sign that says Black Crater Road. This road does not have a name, unfortunately. So let's get the bike and move on. The bike is over here. Now you're gonna see Shadow Lake Recreation Area. This road leads you to the feeding ground for the Horde and then eventually to the lake itself. And then road number 2, there's usually a clothesline trap over here between this pole and I guess the tree maybe? Or the car, I don't know. And yeah, this goes to Marion Forks Tunnel. Sorry, Three Finger Jack Tunnel. And this road is called Bunch Grass Road. And I use this road a lot. And another sign that says Black Crater Road. So, if I take it, I hear a bear. So, this is the dirt trail that I was talking about. So yeah, this is the dirt trail that I was talking about. Here's Three Finger Jack. If I continue down here, there's another dirt trail that I can take up here to the vantage point. So let's go there first, and then I'm gonna go back to this dirt trail. Very, very, very common to use it. And over here it says Three Finger Jack Recreation Area. And there's a dirt trail that just leads down to where the other trail goes. And there's Bambi. We have a historical marker, a view, Mount Jefferson, and yeah. You can see a lot from here. And sometimes there are survivors up here. So, this dirt trail I would take in order to get to the Bear Creek Hot Springs area, but if I park here in the middle, right over here, you can kind of see where the grass kind of splits. We have ourselves a interesting looking building with what looks to be an elevator or some kind of, yeah, coal elevator. Now you cannot open this road. Now you see the lock symbol on the door? If it has a crack through it, it means it is an openable door. If it doesn't, you can never open this door, even though you can probably get to the other side. Just like the chicken. And so, this is how we enter here. You can see, now there's a crack through this, so now I can open this door from the inside. And yeah, we have a workbench, and another workbench, and some kind of elevator shaft looking thing, even though this platform doesn't look like it moves. It's an odd place, to be honest. Zero explanation, but judging by this elevator, my theory is that this floor is actually meant to go down, because hear me out. for anybody that has played this game. And you can see that this is a minecart. So this is Tommy Strickland's Fallout shelter. I'm just saying. I'm gonna make a whole entire video about this subject matter and diving deep into another character. So yeah, that's what I think. So if I follow this trail, we end up over here. Another sign that says Three Finger Jack Recreation Area. Up here is the Bear Creek Hot Springs Camp. Following this dirt road leads you to the entrance, or you can come here, follow this dirt trail up, and you have a side entrance. So if I follow this road, remember what you're seeing. You're seeing yourself go through a bit of a canyon. And then we have a bridge that leads you to the refugee camp, sort of. This one has a jump, so you can't really hop back. You have to follow this jump over here in order to cross the other way around. No jumps here. So if I follow this all the way here, now we have a sign that says Bear Creek Hot Springs Recreation Area, and a crossroads sign, and on it, Fitzloop Road, Black Crater Road. Same name, different areas. So, if I follow
You're crossing the road 2 years ago, you would have gone splat.
over here, Batchen's Lakes, and then over here, the hot springs, and Rebel Rock Cave, as well as Rebel Rock itself. The Nero injector is up here somewhere. Once you see a cop car, turn right. There it is. We turn right after the car. Please make it. How? Tell me how the hell this happened. Now where the hell is my bike? Okay, so here it is. This is a Nero injector area, and the safest way to hop off of here is to go this way. And jump off. And make sure your wheels are parallel to the ground. And then if we continue here, just past this detour, we have Black Crater Ambush Camp. Black Crater Recreation Area. So if I continue on, this is Black Crater right here. Take this other detour, and we can actually ride up here, and you can see a Marauder camp. And then we follow Black Crater Road. Here is a dirt trail that you're gonna commonly use, and here is also an area with a clothesline trap. I think it's between here and here. So yeah, we have this here Nero checkpoint. So now if we move on along this road, what does the sign say? It says Salome Hot Springs.
Marauders taking out freaks, yeah?
We've got a detour around this roadblock. That gets us here. And then this is the Mackenzie Pass. I'm gonna explore it in just a sec. And then if I move on, we end up right at Crazy Willie's. This is where Boozer got his arm burnt. You should be pretty familiar with this area. It's not that hard to learn. It's just a straight line and a few buildings. And then over here is Crater Ridge Road. And if I go up here, this is a spot where it looks like this person took a Nero injector and then died. This is one of the spots that has a micro recorder, I'm pretty sure. I think. I can't remember very well if it does or not. But this road goes all the way here to the end. It basically gets cut off and then continues over here. And this still says Crater Ridge Road. And then yeah, we have the Twin Craters area up north, and then a camp on this side. So let me actually show you it. And now from this point onwards, the camp is this way, and then if I go this way, you get to the Twin Craters area. Well, the Twin Craters Horde area. It's up here to the left. And yeah. The Horde Cave is over there. And there's another Marauder camp somewhere over here, different to the other camp I was talking about. Actually, it's down here. And the other camp I was talking about is over there on that cliffside. And yeah, there's usually here a wire trap between this white car and that blue car, so be careful. This lake down here does not have a name. I have no idea what it's called. If you do, please let me know in the comments. So if we go up Crater Ridge Road, I use this to go from Crazy Willie's all the way to Marion Forks all the time. We have the Belknap Caves ambush camp on the right side, with a respawnable horde underneath the camp. And over here we have Graham Road that connects this road all the way to the Mackenzie Pass. I'm gonna be back here in just one last second, because actually I missed something. Just north of Graham Road is a trail that leads you to the Belknap Crater Horde, which is here inside of this cave, and this is one of the hordes where I've had a problem with them spawning. So yeah, it's an easy reload to save. It looks like they have spawned now. I can sort of hear them. So yeah, if you ever come across a horde and they don't spawn, just reload your save, it should fix it. So if we follow Crater Ridge Road, which actually in a cutscene this is called Road 42. I guess this was just earlier in the game's development, it had a different name. Because the Frontier Motel, which is the motel at Crazy Woolies, if you see the beta and alpha footage of the game, it used to be called the Wigwam Motel. And so Crater Ridge Road intersects with Fitz Loop Road. And so we go here in order to get to Marion Forks. But let's go back south. I want to show a few more things. So if I go down Graham Road, we end up at the Belknap Caves Visitor Center, or Belknap Crater Visitor Center, which is this building right here. Belknap Caves Visitor Center, actually. And then we have the National Monument. We enter through here. So we end up here at the Mackenzie Pass. And somewhere along this road is usually a wire trap area. I don't know exactly where it is, but it is definitely north of this truck. And this is a lake which I believe to be based on Clear Lake in real life. There are many lakes east of Three Finger Jack with very stupid names. Up here we have the Firewatch Tower. And over here is a main dirt road without a name. Firewatch Drive, anyone? And we have some marauders in here. There's the Firewatch itself, and let's escape. And then continue onwards, and we are gonna end up at the Lava Arch, which is right here, and there's a cave inside with a horde.
Out here, there ain't nothing but murdering drifters, raiders.
And now I want to go all the way down. You can see how beautiful Belknap Crater looks. We've got one more common dirt trail to showcase. There's the other crater down here. So you're gonna come out of Crazy Woolies, which is over there, and you're gonna follow this road, and then you're gonna take this dirt trail up here. And there's usually a sniper ambush over here despite you being on a dirt trail. So be careful of that. Clearing the Iron Butte Pass near a checkpoint does reduce the chance of the sniper spawning. And we're gonna end up at this bridge, And then past this bridge, we take this dirt trail, which leads us to the Belknap Hot Springs. This is a run along Bear Creek. And here it is. The pictures that I showed earlier show this exact brown bridge, and this house, and this spool right here. And we still need to showcase the radio tower, which is out here. Now we are following a main dirt road. I don't know the name of this road. There is a sign back there. I think it has a name. But anyways, kind of irrelevant. If I go up here, I can see a lot of dirt trails on the side that lead to the radio tower. And then up here, just at the end, we have a split where there's another main dirt road. And this leads down to the radio tower, and that leads up to the refugee camp, but I'm still gonna be able to get to the radio tower if I follow here. So, again, more Bear Creek Hot Springs, and this is the a marauder camp as well. And I'm actually gonna park the bike here because I want to show you the route to get inside the camp before you are able to push this truck out of the way, because it can be a little confusing. Simply enough, go through this narrow building, and then go through the tent on the left. And now just loop around everything. And you shall end up at the refugee camp itself. And here is Sarah's memorial stone, aka Deacon's pet rock. So, let me see if I can get myself through. Hop on the bike, and let's head to the radio tower. And we have ourselves a cliff which overlooks the Patchins Lake's Horde's feeding ground. And this is an easy kill location, because the Horde will target you if you're standing right at the edge. So yeah. Here is the radio tower. I'm not gonna go up the entire way, but I think that is about it for the Belknap area. Let's move on to the next region. We are starting to get into spoiler territory, so if you do not want any spoilers for the game, this is where you're gonna have to click off. But yeah, it's time for region number 3, and I'm only gonna say the name of it as soon as I teleport it. Under Belknap's points of interest, you will notice that we have Farewell Brewery, or just Farewell if I teleport there. All of a sudden, we're in Farewell, which is counted as a part of the Belknap region, even though it should have been its own thing. However, if I go to the map, look where we are. We are west of Belknap. You may have seen a couple of frog jumping videos by Grey Ghost Gamers and Borislav247, where they used a frog jumping spot right here and went all the way to Farewell right here. So it says brewery, and that is the location where we flag down the Nero chopper. And yeah, I would explore this, but we don't have time in this video. And this is where Sarah is laying down in the very first cutscene. And here we are in the Lost Lake region of the game. So let's take a look at the map. This is another region where we start with landmarks, obviously. For obvious reasons, we have Lost Lake itself and Iron Max Camp, aka Lost Lake Camp. Now, I'm gonna give a tiny tour around the camp. It's not gonna be a big tour because there are spoilers in certain areas. Yeah. This is an area where I, even to this day, don't know. I haven't exactly mapped out in my head where all the main roads are. Or have I? Actually, I think I may have. Never mind. Yeah, it's not exactly straightforward. But remember when we said this is the Cascade Highway? Now this is the entry point from Cascade to Lost Lake. And right here, the sign says Cascade Highway, right? And it also says Old Belknap Road. The sign down here says Old Belknap Road and Santiam Highway. So this segment of road up until this intersection is called Old Belknap Road, and the Cascade Highway begins here. So now you know. Now up here, this segment of map is not the Lost Lake region. It is actually Tumalo. We saw all of the Tumalo signs going up the Cascade Highway, and that is a cut region from the game. It is located right here on the east side of Cascade. And this is, like we said, the Santiam Highway. It keeps going up into Tumalo, right? There is a mission in the game. I'm not gonna spoil it, but it is the one located at the Marauder camp that I mentioned here next to Proxy Falls. Now, this is called the Cascade Highway, but Copeland says that the camp is set up somewhere along the Santiam. And I kept thinking, how? This is a Cascade Highway, how is this Santiam? And then it hit me. The Santiam Highway continues up here. So this is still along the Santiam. The Santiam Highway, if Tumalo had been made in the game, would have went along here. And Tumalo is shown in a cut map for the game. But now let's head back to Lost Lake. So we have a bunch of camps in the Lost Lake region. Over here, Camp Sherman, or Sherman's Camp. And down here, we have Camp Creek, Rogue Camp, Camp Pioneer. A lot of camps at Lost Lake. And we have Malacqua Lake over here. And we also have a couple of farms. We have River Flow Farm right here. This is the Metolius River. Of course, we have the Metolius Lava Cave. And facing River Flow Farm, we have River Bend Farm. There's actually a sign for this one. And over here we have this, River Flow Farms Horde. And yeah, over here is Sherman's Camp. And over here is Iron Mike's Farm. Down here, behind Iron Mike's Farm, we have a bit of a windy road that leads to a vantage point. The sign for this road, it is called the Allington Cutoff Road, So this is called the Allington Cutoff. It is a really good lookout point for the game. You can see a really amazing view. And then just south of it, we have the Lucky Lad Mine. And then south of here, we have the Dearborn Estates, Dearborn Ambush Camp. Yeah. And we have this river right here. This is called Opal Creek. And here are Opal Creek Falls, which I got the name from insert clip right here. Through the POIs, we also learn that the falls where Deacon proposes to Sarah is called Opal Creek Falls, and if you want to find it on the map, it is east of the sawmill. It is just south of where you would jump to this Nero research site. The trail is just opposite. You will find the sign that says no trespassing, and just follow the trail, and here we are, right at the wheat farm. And if I continue, we end up all the way at the falls where Deacon proposes to Sarah. And here they are, and this is pouring into a creek, which means this creek right here is called Opal Creek. Another interesting fact is that the Barely Lake Ambush Camp is known as Suicide Camp. And over here we have the Sawmill Horde right next to Opal Creek Falls, along with the Nero checkpoint. So yeah, now this is still the Metolius River right here. It pours into Lost Lake, right? This river right here is called Olally Creek, and these are Olally Falls. So this is Barely Lake Horde. They drink somewhere over here. This is Barely Lake, and this is Barely Lake Ambush Camp, and this is a frat house. I got this name from members in the community calling it a frat house. I have no idea where it's mentioned in the game, but I guess so, because it doesn't really make sense because there's no college nearby. So yeah, this is the Santiam Highway, Santiam Tunnel Nero checkpoint. It goes up here, and if we follow it, it goes around the east end of Lost Lake and then keeps going up and up. And this is a road that leads into Sherman's camp. There's a bridge right here and a broken bridge down here. And this entire thing, egg-looking shape, and this, they are one road. We'll see its name in the world later on. And we have this road right here, which kind of wraps around. It goes by Iron Mike's farm, the Allington Cutoff, Lucky Lad Mine. There's a trail over here and over here that goes into the mine. And of course, it goes by Dearborn Estates. And then this is a road that leads to the ambush camp. It stops by right at the sawmill. So one common dirt trail you might take out of Lost Lake, you have the East Bridge, the North Marsh, and then the South Marsh, the footbridge. And you have multiple marshes. This is a shallow water area. You can actually enter Lost Lake by just driving your bike here. So one dirt trail you can take to get to the sawmill. After you get out the east gate, take the right, and then ignore this. Take the second dirt trail, and then you're gonna end up here. Go left, and then right, and you're into the sawmill. And we have a dirt trail that goes around the sawmill and ends up at the checkpoint. And of course, here along the Santiam Highway, we have this main dirt road. It goes all the way in here, and over here is the cave for the Olally Falls area, where a certain mission takes place. And this intersects with this road. I forgot what this road is called. I think it's called Wattam Road. I don't know how you pronounce it. Or this might be Wattam Road. I'll double check in a sec. Oh, wait. This road right here is called Walden Road, which is mentioned in a dialogue in the game. It's not in a cutscene, it's more of gameplay. So one of the characters mentions the name of this road as Waldo Road, which is wrong. Every sign in the game says Walden Road. So yeah, it continues all the way down here, and then meets the Santiam Highway. This is Watom Road. It leads you to Camp Creek. It goes behind Rogue Camp. And then we have a fuel station out here. There's a Marauder encounter somewhere over here with a snare trap. So if you see an investigation starting from the fuel station, be careful if you see a pile of leaves. And yeah, I don't know the name of this road right here. It ends at Rogue Camp. It goes kind of around this area. This area is known as Eden Hill or West Fur. So yeah. Actually, no, I think this is Eden Hill and then this is the camp. I'm gonna need to look up the cutscene for that. Yeah, this is a location where a mission takes place. It's called Gone Fishing. And yeah, we go around here to get to Camp Pioneer, and then one of the entrances to Iron Butte is here. And just south of Molokwa Lake, we also have the dirt trail that also leads into Iron Butte, as well as the Rogue Tunnel near checkpoint. And this is called the Iron Ridge. It is mentioned multiple times throughout the game. So yeah, pretty easy to navigate. It's not that hard. And we have obviously splitting off from the Santiam Highway, we have a road right here. It goes all the way to the end and then meets this road right here. This is Walden Road. So let's make a tiny tour around Lost Lake. Here is a gazebo where a certain guitarist will play music. His name is Xander Reese. You heard some of his music in the background of the early part of today's video. This is the bounty collector. We have Blair, the weapons merchant. There's the east gate. I'm not gonna approach that building, but that is Deacon and Boozer's cabin where you can sleep. This is the infirmary, the mechanic shop. And then we have Iron Mike's house, or the lodge, the Lost Lake Lodge. And we have a tree out here, a very beautiful tree. And just so you don't get confused, after you walk in the door here, there's only a door on the left side. I used to think there was a door on both sides. And we have a staircase over here, and then another staircase back here. This is the big area by the fire. And we have a door out the sides that leads to the back. And I believe this other door also leads outside. Yep. And if I go upstairs, this is where Iron Mike sleeps. This is where a certain cutscene takes place. Just so you recognize the area. And yeah, we have a balcony, bathrooms. And yeah. And then this is another office space. And the bar. And now if I go around the back, this is an area you'll recognize. And if I continue going this way, that is Schizo's cabin. And then down here is where they put people in jail. Over there is the church, and behind it is a graveyard area. This is a water tower. And just over here somewhere, we have Ricky and Addie's cabin, which is this one right here. Not that one, this one. You can see a bike out here. You can even see Ricky's wrench. So yeah, this is her welder and some struts and tools and a vise. And I'm looking for any signs of Addie's things. I don't know, there doesn't seem to be any. So yeah, now let's head out of Lost Lake. And I'm gonna start up north. And the best way to head up north is to leave through the marsh. Now this is an area where a lot of berries can spawn. And I love how it just snows a lot in Lost Lake. I wish this were the case with Cascade. Because if it's snowing and you're returning to Cascade, it's gonna look like Cascade is snowing and then the snow is gonna go away, which is unfortunate, and Cascade is very pretty when it snows. So, if I follow this dirt trail, we're gonna end up at the Metolius Lava Cave. And there's marauders here every single time. They see me, they shoot at me, and then the horde comes out and kills them. And as you can see, this world comes for you. Now let's head northeast of the map. Now this is the road that leads to, I think, Rogue Camp. Let me double check. This road leads all the way to, yeah, Rogue Camp. It intersects with the Santiam Highway. And it is called Salvation Springs Road, which kind of makes me wonder, are there any springs along this road called Salvation Springs? Because I do not see anything. Maybe it's this pond right here, probably. And then we're back on the Santiam Highway. Let's head this way. This is a common spot for a clothesline trap. I just like to come here, because between this truck and whatever is over there. And a common sniper ambush spot is right at this barn. And the farmhouse next to it, we have a question mark. Is it the sniper? Sometimes there's a survivor rescue. Yeah, I don't see anything. So I'm gonna ignore Sherman's camp for now. But let's see what this road is called. This is called Roberts Bridge Road. So this is the road that goes all the way around past the Allington Cutoff, Iron Mike's Farm, Dearborn Estates, Lucky Lad Mine, and ends right north of the sawmill. What was it called again? Roberts Bridge. Okay. And north up here, this is Riverflow Farm. And then up here, Where is the sign for it? Here it is. Riverbend Farms. Now, where did I see in the game that this river is called the Metolius River? I don't remember. Now let me head into the Sherman's camp area. Now this is Iron Mike's farm, no need for any introductions. Now,
Raiders. Damn it, I should have been.
Metolius River Road. Yeah, that's where the river name comes from. The entire road from this point, it ends here, and then this is another road that kind of is P-shaped. But if you go out here, this is also called Metolius River Road. So this entire thing, P-shaped and then with like an antenna, it is the Metolius River Road. The entire thing. Now, the buildings are kind of notable. In here, we have the gas station.
Yeah, run at him!
Open fire! Bring him down! Take him down! Down!
They're hit!
Shot!
He's been shot! Gotta reload.
No, no, no.
I can't run, gotta fight.
And it looks like the Marauders brought out the freaks, so I'll be back. For now, let's head to the Allington Cutoff. And yeah, this is the same train track that runs through the entire game. This is the same one that is in the Cascade region. It goes out here, I guess into Tumalo, and then comes back out somewhere over here. Cascade Lakes rail line. It goes all the way down, I guess through the sawmill. Yeah, that makes sense. The sawmill is a train station as well. Interesting. And then I don't know where it goes from here, because I know it continues somewhere in the map. So here it is. Allington Cutoff Road, and that still says Roberts Bridge Road. And this is a main dirt road. And there is a very lovely waterfall over here. There seems to be like a rainstorm in the distance. Did you guys see that lightning?
What the hell happened here? Oh no, wonder if they left anything worth the effort. Yeah.
So here we are. There are a few cars around the area. And here is the lookout. You can find a bandage here. And look at it. Mount Jefferson, you can see Three Finger Jack. You can see Mount Washington. And Mount Tilson. You can just about see Iron Butte. So yeah, pretty interesting spot in the game. Definitely good for photos. So now let's hop on the bike and head to Dearborn Estates. So if I head left from here, we have the road leading to Lucky Lad Mine, and it doesn't seem to have any road name itself. This is a sign with a single name. And despite me knowing this part of the map very well, I still have no idea how to beat Schizo to the mine. And here are Dearborn Estates. There's the sign for them. A bunch of cabins in the woods. No name for this drive either. And over here we do have a name for the road leading to the ambush camp. Green Ridge Road. Which tells us that this ridge over here is called Green Ridge. And if I ride along, no trespassing. This looks like a familiar sight, doesn't it? We have a jump there to a Nero injector and a trail leading to Opal Creek Falls. Now let's trespass and sort of follow the trail. And we have the MC's weed farm. And down here, the falls. You know what happened here.
Raiders, huh? Going after
And we
the
have
venison,
a
huh? Tired of killing drifters?
cougar and a marauder. So, this marauder seems to be friendly with the cougar. I guess this is some kind of reference to the king from The Walking Dead, Ezekiel. I'm only joking, this is a female. Maybe you get a male marauder sometimes, I don't know. So, now we come down here and we have ourselves the sawmill. And over there we intersect with the Santiam Highway. And you can see that bridge when you're inside Lost Lake Camp. Here it is. What does that say? Booker Hicks Lumber Company. if we go around, from this corner over here, if I head up here and then go around this hill, we have a pond with some good loot in it. And if I head all the way up here, this road intersects with the Santiam Highway across the bridge, and over here we have a cave right at Olali Falls. Olali Falls? How do you pronounce it? I'm just trying to find the waterfalls themselves. If I follow this trail, there's a side entrance to the cave. There should be one. This is the pond that I just mentioned with the good loot. I guess the side entrance to the cave isn't here. Is it up here? Did I just miss it? So yeah, a certain mission will take place here. So if I enter here, okay, this is just a small loop. There's just a cavern with a post in the middle, and then there's another tunnel right here that leads out to a second exit. How did I miss this exit? It's because it's up here right to the side of the entrance we were just at. I see it now. So yeah, this is where we enter the cave, and over there is the side exit. And then, oh yeah, these are the Olali Falls. I get it. And I believe the server is also called Olali Creek. This is a cabin with a infestation nest, the Barely Lake infestation. And if you actually follow it, right behind it is Barely Lake Horde's cave. And we have the Santiam Tunnel Nero checkpoint, and it overlooks Barely Lake. Here it is, Barely Lake. And now if I check out the frat house, we've got this really big house, and then this is the other house with the good loot, which you can only enter this by climbing up to the second floor. And we've got ourselves a remote bomb. And down here, a proximity mine and a grenade. So yeah. And an attractor. And on the other side of the Barley Lake house is Barley Lake Ambush Camp. If we start following any of these trails, we can get to the ambush camp, which is over here, and we need to blow up this gate. Now, the one cool thing about Barley Lake Ambush Camp is that right outside this camp is a horde. So Wapanisha Road Horde, their cave is right after this road, and it has a top entrance down here. So the cave entrance is all the way down here. Now let's see if we have any crossroad signs here. We don't. And so if I go all the way to the end here, we've got Thorn Spring Road and Buck Point Road. So this road down here is called Buck Point Road, and this one right here is called, what was it again? Thorn Spring Road. And that's the Wapanisha Road Horde that you can see right now. And here is Camp Creek. So if I go up here... No, 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 no. So yeah, Camp Creek. I'm not panicking at all. The hordes do seem to be intense in the Lost Lake region. So yeah, back to Buck Point Road. I want to double check what the name of this road is. There's no sign. Nope. Probably Camp Creek Drive. And over here is where a certain mission takes place. And that goes all the way to the end to Rogue Tunnel. Where we can see Walden Road, not Waldo, Walden. And Buck Point Road, Walden Road, the road that has Rogue Tunnel on it. So yeah, let's head inside Rogue Camp. Or no, actually I don't have to go inside. Just
Uh-oh, I should stop for fuel. Oh, here we go. That should be it.
So now, this is the road that goes into Rogue Camp. It is called Wattom Road. And if I follow this road, this is the road that's right here. This is Wattom Road. And like we said, Buck Point Road, Walden Road. And then this is the Santiam Highway. And that is Robert Bridge Road, Metolius River Road, And this is the last road that we need to learn the name of. Actually, didn't I see the sign? I already forgot the name of this road. Anyways, let's actually head there and check. Oh, I don't see. Oh, yeah. Salvation Springs Road. Correct. Salvation Springs Road. So yeah, here's Road Camp. Let's head to Camp Pioneer. There's Malacqua Lake. And here is Camp Pioneer. What does the statue say? Nothing? But here it is, Camp Pioneer. And now let's check out Sherman's camp, because we did not check it out before we head into region number 4. Over here is where a certain mission takes place, Gone Fishing.
Deer crossing. You know, there was a time where that was a bad idea, and you know what? It still is.
So, if I'm at the South Bridge for Sherman's camp, it still says Metolius River Road. So now let's head in and see what we can learn about Sherman's camp.
It doesn't look too bad. Done.
There's a horde and a lot of marauders. So that is the federal building. What the hell? We have Klamath Family Care. I don't know what this building is. Rosie Finch Cafe. Interesting. Over here we have a library. Yep, Middle Mist Books. I don't know what that building is, but there's loot on the roof of this building. Over here there's also some loot up at the top. So yeah, the county courthouse, that's what this place is called. What about you? This is the bank, and that is the school right here. Spring Creek Preschool, which unironically Very American. A school shooting happened here. Yeah. This here is a barber shop. Yep, that's all it's called, barbershop. Very original. Over here, there's also loot on the roof of this building. And over there is where the Sherman's Camp Horde reside. What is this building? I do not see any signs. What is this one? Marbled Cat? Oh, it's a clothes shop. And that is the gift shop. Or like, you know, visitor center. And then over there, Stellar's Cafe. Oh shit. Lava Lake Lounge. Another cafe, I guess. And the gas station. Now let's look at some dirt trails. I forgot one more thing. The 45th parallel, halfway between the equator and the North Pole. So yeah, pretty interesting one. Just off of this gas station outside Sherman's camp. So, just outside the East Gate, the East Bridge of Lost Lake. This is one that I mentioned when I was showcasing the map. You ignore the first dirt trail on the left, and then you take the second one. And now, we are up here. We could head right on the Santiam Highway and get to the Santiam Tunnel, or we could head left and get to the sawmill here on the right. The second road from outside of Lost Lake Camp is here on the left, and we take it in order to avoid the sniper ambush that's right outside of Sherman's camp. So if I follow this road, then we cross this road, get on this trail, and now we are behind the gas station. And this is the farm where the sniper ambush happened, except we're behind it, they can't shoot us. And here it is. This is the dirt trail that goes back to Cascade. And as you can see, another sign that points to Tumalo. And just off from the 45th parallel sign, we have a house here. Sometimes there is a survivor rescue at this house.
you're still breathing.
I was in my classroom when, you know.
Now, if you want to make your way out of Lost Lake, simply go around this house, Ricky's cabin, and then just follow this dirt trail and head left over here, and now we can exit the footbridge. And here's a common dirt trail. Right over here, this gets to this road. Now this is another dirt road with a name. Let me check the name first. Up here it leads to... This was called Buck Point Road? No, Walden Road. Fly Creek Road. So I guess this was meant to have some kind of river with a lot of fireflies, maybe? And so yeah, you can either take this and head straight to Camp Pioneer, or you can go around here for whatever reason. And you could end up at Rogue Camp if you take this road all the way up. But let's continue our way into Camp Pioneer, because I want to transition into the Iron Butte region. And if I head here on the left, there is a common spot for a clothesline trap right outside Camp Pioneer. If you go past the first gate, Camp Pioneer has 2 gates. Here is a common spot for a wire trap. And then the other gate is down here somewhere. This is the cabin where Red Riley is, and on the roof is a hole you can crawl through. Here's the other gate. And here we enter Iron Butte. Okay, so a quick overview over the map. Like we said, this is the Iron Ridge, and we can enter the region through Rogue Tunnel, the Foot Trail south of Malacqua Lake, and Camp Pioneer. And I'm starting here because there is a mission that takes place here. If you've unlocked Iron Butte, it means you've played it. It's called Playing All Night. And you basically go through here, you follow this dirt trail, and then you turn a corner, and yeah, there's a sniper tower here, a guy with a machine gun over here, and then the plane crash site with all the meds, and the breaker fight, right? If you continue following this road, you'll end up at Wagon Road Ambush Camp, and follow it even more, you'll see a very lovely looking house, or a couple of them, and you'll end up at Hawksbeard Road, the one that we discussed earlier, and you can get on this road, go up north, and you are going to be at Iron Butte Pass near our checkpoint. And here's Bear Creek. It pours right down into this lake. It is called Devil's Lake. This mountain is Iron Butte itself. In real life, it's called Black Butte. And then we have another river that flows all the way down here and pours into here. And basically, we have a hydro dam over here, the Crescent Lake Reservoir. This is the Crescent Lake. And we have Redwood RV Park Ambush Camp. And yeah, this is the lodge for the Rippers. This is the place where we get the fertilizer. This is the Hawksbeard Road right over here. The same road that's up here is down here. And this is the transportation complex where we get the det cord. This here is the ranch with the bonfire. This is Snowbrush Ranch. You can get a Ripper to spawn at the corner of this house, and that Ripper will be holding a Eliminator, which is a gun you get later on in the game. But you can get it pretty early on here. And then of course we can't forget Iron Butte Ranch, and there's a truck out here with a US 556. And then over here we have a few roads here and a bunch of farmhouses. This is Walden Road. It came out of Rogue Camp. Actually, no, it came out of here and through Rogue Tunnel. It goes around here and goes down here to the Tealson Tunnel. So we have Cloverdale facility over here. This is where Sarah used to work. And we have Rogue Tunnel Nero checkpoint, and in between them, right here, there is a sniper tower. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's not very confusing. We do have a jump here to a Nero injector right outside Redwood RV Park ambush camp. So yeah, this is a pretty easy area of the map to navigate. I'm not gonna head north, I'm only gonna show you the south parts. So over here, there is a foot trail with some good loot. And up here is a historical marker right above Deacon's head, which says Iron Butte, which is the mountain that's facing it. This is another one of those vantage point historical markers. And as you can see, I do have the Eliminator equipped. Let's just say I may have forgot to hit record earlier, and I'm redoing this. There's the Ripper. It spawns in the corner, you kill him, and you got to get the weapon off of him, and that rock is the historical marker sign for Snowbrush Ranch. And then over here is the bonfire, and right out here, this is where we head. And of course, along the trail there is some good loot over on this side. And then either you take the trail in between the two barns and you end up at the gas station, or you take this trail and end up at Rogue Tunnel Nero checkpoint. And if I continue here, we have this road that leads to Redwood RV Park ambush camp. It is called Suicide Gulch Road. And then we have one of the roads in between Suicide Gulch Road and Hawksbeard Road, which has a name, and that name is Banbury Road, which we could use to name one of the farmhouses in between. So yeah. So as I was saying, Banbury Road, which means one of the farmhouses in this general area, is called Banbury Farm. So yeah. Again, this is a name that I have suggested. But now, we head around Cloverdale, and we transition into the next region. There is the Mount Tealson, and the Tealson Tunnel, which is over here. And I'm gonna explore the transitional region a little bit. So we have the PlayStation 1 logo over here. This is accidental, but it looks like it. And yeah. Over here on the left, we have a Rager Bear cave with a wolf right outside it. Sometimes you get wolves, sometimes you get a Rager Bear. Come on, where's the third one? There's more. One more, huh? Any Rager Bears inside? Sometimes you get a Rager Bear. But yeah, we have a tunnel over here, and there is a mistake in the map. Insert clip right here. Now here is a mistake that the developers have made that nobody noticed. This is a tunnel along the St Pass, and if I look at the map, this is where the tunnel is. Only problem is, there is no exit on the other side of this tunnel. If you look at the entire map, there is no place that makes sense for this tunnel to have an exit. If we think, hey, maybe it goes through this mountain, nope, there is no tunnel exit nowhere in the logging camp, and nowhere along here, nowhere in the Lost Lake region. Nope. This does not have an exit at all. Just a small funny mistake. So now we continue, and right here is the St Pass. And there are a few roads that branch off from this dirt trail. The first one is on the right side, right at this corner right here. Here, at this fallen tree. There's nothing over there, you're gonna find a screamer probably in there. And look at the view. Absolutely stunning. And then this is another road that leads to the same area. Same with over here. In a similar vicinity. They lead to some kind of tent. But we only want one important road. And it is over here on the left. Right here. Now this is the end of the St Pass. That peak is overlooking our next region. So here is the cabin from the Cloverdale mission. This is it. You can only ever access this after you have completed the game, because the St Pass is completely blocked off. Here it is. Here is the fireplace. And yeah. We've got a bed in here. And I don't believe this place has any of the dog toys. And these buildings here, I believe they are bike garages, because there's like two of them at O'Lear Mountain, and one of them usually has Boozer's bike in it. And there's one more thing I want to show. The back side of this house is kind of set up to... Ooh, we have some graves here. But it is kind of set up like as if there is a certain mission that would have taken place here. Yeah, you can see the logs down there. They're kind of set up like as if you could take cover behind them. So maybe there would have been some kind of scrapped mission where you would fight your way up here. Maybe that was the original plan for, you know, transitioning into the Teal'cem Pass. So now let's talk about some cut regions from the game. In the O'Leary Mountain Safe House and a few other various regions in the game, you will find this map on a table. And if I try to zoom in using the binoculars, this is a beta map of the game. As you can see, we have Lost Lake, Iron Butte, which the region used to be called Iron Butte Ranch. Where does it say it? Where does it say it? Okay, I can't find the name. But over here it says Belknap. Over here it says Cascade. There seems to be an outline for what I believe is Tumalo because of the game's lore. And then there seems to be, down here we have Crater Lake, Highway 97, and there seems to be the outline for another region in the game, and I believe this to be Silver Lake. And then we have Pinnacles. Pinnacles was entirely cut from the game. Now if I open the points of interest using the debug menu mod, you can see that Pinnacles is still under points of interest, and you had Fort Klamath, which I believe would have had the prison, Klamath State Prison, and we had a survivor camp, which is Pinnacles Camp, mentioned in one of the collectibles you find in Wizard Island. Cattle ranch, farms, and a pot farm. And there is a cut mission from the game called, yeah. But if I try to teleport to any of them, it will teleport me to a location on the map, which is all the way south of the Crater Lake region, right here. But nothing is gonna work, and I'm just gonna fall through the map. The reason why I believe the region on the east side of Cascade is Tumalo is if you notice all the green signs along the the Cascade Highway, a lot of them say Tumalo and point up, but that would suggest that Tumalo is upwards, right? Wrong. If I open the map, the top side of the Cascade Highway actually turns around and goes south. Here's another Tumalo sign. Another Tumalo sign. Here's another Tumalo sign. One more Tumalo sign. Again, Tumalo.
Oh shit, what the hell happened here? That might be worth having a look around.
And right before the Nero checkpoint, another Tumalo sign. But the road here is blocked. Now there is one more reason to believe that Tumalo is the region on the east of Cascade. Because if I head all the way down to Lost Lake, while this sign along the Cascade Highway does say Tumalo, We know from the mission called You Twisted My Arm that Iron Mike's farm is located in Tumalo. If you listen to this dialogue.
We're heading toward Tumalo now. Boozer will be at the site in a few minutes.
Well, that's great, because he owes the camp another half shift for the work he's missed.
Shut up, Skizzo.
Hey, Deke, road camp is kinda in the opposite direction of Tumalo, isn't it?
We took the scenic route. Out.
Asshole.
The Iron Beach region under points of interest seems to have a lot of cut regions from the game, most of which are where Iron Butte itself is, which is the Black Mountain that is west of Devil's Lake. Now, we have the Rabbit Hole Mine, which would have had a horde. So, an airstrip here is actually, there was an airport north of where we get the fertilizer, so I guess in the AM Frenzy video that I'm gonna link in the description, I mentioned it at the end of the tutorial region of this video. The ending mission, Boozer wouldn't have taken a truck by the looks of things. Instead, he would have taken an airplane all the way down to Crater Lake. It actually makes more sense considering how many tunnels are blocked off. And here is another cut thing from the game. It is called Iron Butte Village. This would have been exactly where Devil's Lake is. If I teleport there, look where I am. But let's get to our next region. And here we are in Crater Lake. And this is where we fight the Rager Bear. And just next to this area, we have the McLeod Ridge Horde up here. So if we follow this road up, we get to the McLeod Ridge Horde. And if we follow this road down, we get to Diamond Lake. Now let's head up here, because past McLeod Ridge Horde, we have the Lost Cabin Mine. And so if we head up here, and then in between these two, we finally get to the Lost Cabin Mine. And over here, we have the best weapon in the melee weapon in the game, the Superior Metal Axe. From this point forward, this is the best weapon. Prior to this point, the baseball bat axe was the best you could get. And so, be careful here, especially at night. This is the feeding ground for the Mount Bailey Horde. They are 300 strong, so yeah. And here is Diamond Lake Camp and Diamond Lake itself. And yeah, according to Borislav, this area has a couple of ammo tins that can respawn. I think it was in that cabin, or was it this building? I think it was here. So if I look at my ammo, if I take this bandage, does it refill anything? Nope. I think I'm meant to reload first. I think the other location is here. We did not get any ammo. I think they patched it. Like, you don't see an ammo tin, but when you pick this up, you get ammo. Okay, so it's time to overview the map, and I'm starting from this area with the Rager Bear fight. So, this is the Crater Lake region of the game, and at the very center, we have Crater Lake itself, and the volcano, the infamous Wizard Island. I guess it kind of looks like a wizard hat. Maybe that's where it gets its name from. But yeah, over here inside the lake, we have the Phantom ship. We have a Nero injector on this little island. And we have a north gate for the camp and a south gate for the camp. And over here you get weapons but no bike parts, and over at Diamond Lake you get bike parts but no weapons. And something to note is that encampment jobs, it displays 13. This is for both Diamond Lake and Wizard Island, so even if a encampment job took place in Highway 97, you don't see encampment jobs here. You see them counted over here. So yeah. And just like any region in the game, except for Iron Butte and Lost Lake, yeah, we have a fire watch tower and a radio tower. And now we see this road. It's a ring that goes all the way around Crater Lake, and this is known as Rim Drive. You'll see several signs all over this road. You will see South Rim Drive, West Rim Drive, North Rim Drive, and East Rim Drive. And over here, toward the south side, we have the Visitor Center, and facing it is a gas station that leads you to the Highway 97 region. Over here, you'll take this dirt trail and go through Rumrai Gulch. A gulch is a sort of a canyon area, or like a alleyway between two rocks, and the floor has shallow water. So Rumrai Gulch, this is Rumrai Gulch, and then we're right outside Shumalt Community College, unless you want to go southward. So yeah, we're gonna get to Highway 97 in a little bit. There's two other entrances to the Highway 97 region. So this mountain right here is called Aspen Butte. So Butte means mountain is what I'm assuming, and yeah, Aspen Butte Ambush Camp. And yeah, that's where we get the name. We have one entrance along here, so we have the actually we have three more entrances. So one is behind this camp. This camp is the Fire Watch Tower of the Highway 97, sorry, the Crater Lake region, and behind it is an entrance to a cave that comes out of here. And then we have Rim View Ranch. So Rim View Ranch. Behind this nest, we have a dirt trail that also leads you to the Highway 97 region, and right underneath it is the Volcanic Legacy Scenic Byway Nero checkpoint, with a tunnel that comes out here. Now, speaking of Volcanic Legacy Scenic Byway Nero checkpoint, we have this road right here. It goes all the way from here, all the way to the end, and it ends up intersecting with a road over here called Diamond Lake Road. And yeah, over here are the last three green crossroad signs which fail to load any text on them. So yeah, this is Diamond Lake Road. And then this road right here, I don't know its name. I'm pretty sure this is Diamond Lake Road, and that one was still volcanic. No, it was called Crater Lake Byway, because I am pretty sure this road right here is called Volcanic Scenic Byway. And this one ends somewhere over here. It intersects with Highway 97. So yeah, Volcanic Scenic Byway, and then at the top, Crater Lake Byway. And this road right here is the Santiam Highway. So is this road. Yeah, two roads with repeating names. Something that I said you're gonna see. It goes all the way up here, the Santiam Highway, into the tunnel. Santiam Highway. It comes out of here. And yeah, back to the Crater Lake region. Over here we have the Tumblebug River, because of the infestation that was in this area. And we also have, I showed you the locations up at the top, so this is where we're at. And we have the McLeod Ridge Horde, and of course the Lost Cabin Mine, which is over here. Over here is Mount Bailey Horde, Mount Bailey. It's that simple. And Diamond Lake and Diamond Lake Camp. But if we head east a little bit, we have this logging camp, which is one of the very first missions we do here in the Crater Lake region. This is the Booker Hicks logging camp. There is a historical marker for it. Remember the Booker Hicks sawmill. So, Booker Hicks logging camp. And if we follow the train going through this, we end up with Cascade Lakes Railway Ambush Camp, because it's on the way to the rail track. The rail track is known as Cascade Lakes Rail Line, and we can see it all the way over here. Cascade Lakes Rail Line Horde. That is the actual name of the train track. And you can see it going through this tunnel and then exiting here. And let's actually see if I can follow the train track anywhere. I cannot even see where it is. It's here. It's very hard to spot. It does go up a ways. I don't know if you could track it enough to get to this train track, but if I track it downwards, it goes all the way down, all the way to here. So, let's continue. Around the rim there are a few iconic spots. To the south, we have the radio tower. This is where we rescue, I think it was Melinda Foster. And then over here is the Firewatch Tower. Like I said, this is where we rescue Gomez. And over here is, I think it was called the Ader farmhouse. Hold on. Adair. Camp Adair. That's what it's called. And then slightly to the south we have a crier nest area here. The visitor center is over here, and then on the other side of South Rim Drive we have the 1950s era vacation home, which is where we get the newt and a Nero injector. And there's also crier nests here. Over on West Rim Drive, over here we have more crier nests. So yeah. And then over here we have the mission A Bunch of Cavemen. And Spruce Lake Ambush Camp. So over here we have Spruce Lake and Mazama Village. This is Mazama Village. and the Dead Coyote Lava Cave. And let me jog my memory. What's the name of the falls? Mazama Falls. Yep. It's that easy to remember. And now let's actually go look at everything. And there are a bunch of dirt trails over here. You won't get lost along them. I don't remember the names of any of them, but there's a thin one here called Lusby Lane. I thought it was a funny name. You can guess why. It sounds like something else. But yeah. Let's actually head to the Booker Hicks logging camp first. And here it is. This is actually where the training begins, by the looks of it. And you kind of enter over here to get to Crystal Adkins. And then if you follow the train track, you're gonna end up at the Cascade Lakes Railway ambush camp. And here is the Tumblebug River infestation. And is there no crossroad signs over here? There is one. I missed it. So, Santiam Highway and Crater Lake Byway. You can just about see it. The sign might be a little too high. So, the Nero checkpoint, and right above it is Rimview Ranch. Here it is. And it's behind this house is the trail entrance to Highway 97. Very bloody gulch. And if I follow this road right here, it goes down. If I'm not mistaken, somewhere over here is Camp Adair. I want to look for the historical marker stone. It's gotta be somewhere around here. Here maybe? Yep, there it is. That confirms it. This is Camp Adair. And then right behind it is the Fire Watch Tower. And the cave. So let's continue on. I don't think it's worth it to head down here. Or maybe I should. And let me just show you this. This says North Rim Drive. And there's usually a wire trap along here somewhere. This is where you'd find some crier nests. And then down here is the visitor center. And we have a trail that leads to the south gate. And we also have a trail over here that's a jump. You can actually jump down here. But we're not headed to the south gate. South here is where we can get to the phantom ship. There it is. You can see it. But if I head basically out of the visitor center through the main road, we get straight to Highway 97. And as you can see, Volcanic Scenic Byway and South Rim Drive. And there's usually a wire trap somewhere along here. I don't know exactly where it is. Here it is. Between the post and the hut. So, just outside the south gate, these trails over here lead down to the south gate. We have the radio tower, a massive jump, and there's usually a survivor rescue right here. And then just off of here we have the 1950s era vacation home. That's not a very good name for the home. I don't know what it's called, but yeah, that's what it's called in the micro recorder you find at the house. Some people like to call this place the Newt House, because it is a deserving name, to be honest. And if we continue, we're gonna end up at the area for a bunch of cavemen. So, if I look at the sign here, it should say Diamond Lake Road and West Rim Drive. So let's take a look at the map. So this would have been facing this way, so this is Diamond Lake Road. This right here, it's Diamond Lake Road. This road actually isn't really named. There is a crossroad sign here, but I think the name doesn't really make sense. You'll see it in a sec. So yeah, which kind of confirms that this road is still the Crater Lake Byway. So let's visit the areas down here. Above here is the bunch of cavemen mission. And then down here is Spruce Lake Ambush Camp, which also has a respawnable horde. One of 2 in the game. So yeah, this road is unnamed. Yep. Confirmed. I think they did that intentionally because there was a region down here called Pinnacles, which was scrapped from the game. Pinnacles would have had its own camp called Pinnacles Camp, and there's a scrapped mission in the game called Taylor's Black Market. It's where Deacon, Taylor, and a character named Eddie Apuna would have basically smoked some weed. Yeah, that's all I know about it. Now let's move on a little ways up north. So here is Spruce Lake and Mazama Falls. And out here is Mazama Village, and this cave is called Dead Coyote Lava Cave. And you can see why it gets its name. So yeah. And a little fun fact, it is called Mazama Village because this mountain where Wizard Island is, where the crater is basically a mountain that used to be called Mount Mazama, which is a volcano that blew up, and that's how you ended up with Crater Lake. The area, the lake itself in real life is a lot larger, so yeah. I guess for gameplay purposes they made it smaller so you can cross the bridge. And now let's continue our way up. So yeah, that says Diamond Lake Road still. McLaughlin Point Recreation Area. I don't know what exactly that is pointing toward, but if I go up here, it's in this region is where we get the last 3 signs that fail to load any text. We have ourselves Whiskey Creek Drive. There are no rivers in the area. And then here we get back Crater Lake Byway and Diamond Lake Road. And here is the area with the last few signs that fail to load text. So that still says Diamond Lake Road. Over here is sign number 1 of 3. And then the other 2 are on the other side. If I head this way, the other 2 are right here. This is 1, and here is the other. These are the only signs in the game that will never load text. So Bend, if you're watching this, please fix it. Now, as for the dirt trails, they're not that hard to navigate once you know the landmarks. I keep saying that, and I'm only gonna show a couple here in Crater Lake. So you just need to know North Gate and South Gate. And yeah, with the South Gate you can get to basically split off, either end up here underneath the radio tower or go all the way down here and end up at the visitor center. So yeah, and then up here at the North Gate we have a road that we can follow. You either go this way and you end up at Volcanic Legacy Scenic Byway near a checkpoint, or you head this way and where you'll end up is right here, and you're gonna have to cross this in order to get to Diamond Lake, or you can go a little ways this way and take that road and you'll end up at the Thielsen Pass. And I wanted to show one more thing, because if you do take the other route, you're gonna end up here. Just at... So you're gonna end up basically right at this area here, past this yellow fuel truck. You're gonna end up here, and if you continue going this way, you're gonna see this is a common spot for a wire trap between this blue truck and that tree. So always drive like this. But now let's move on to the Highway 97 region. And I want to try going there through Rimview Ranch. and I'm gonna start at Aspen Butte Ambush Camp. So let's start by looking over the map. So Highway 97 region is a pretty simple region to learn. Because we have Highway 97, which is this road running through it from north all the way down to the south. Yeah. Down here in the south we have a marsh called Klamath Marsh. And we have Bear Bay Ambush Camp in the middle of it. On the north end we have the Santiam Highway. This right here is a valley called Kerr Valley, spelled Kerr, and we have a anarchist mine. And this mountain right here is Mount Scott. This is the Mount Scott Ski Resort. Over here we have Beasley Lake. This is Sagebrush Point. And we have Solomon Hill, obviously. And yeah. This is one of the two locations that it can spawn in. We have the Cascade Lakes rail line, train track. We have Chamalt, which is a town, Chamalt Station, and you know, Cascade Lakes rail line. You can see it, as well as the infestation. Over here we have Aspen Butte Ambush Camp, Aspen Butte. And we also have the entrance to the Icewind Lava Cave right over here. So yeah, Santiam Highway comes all the way down here, intersects with Highway 97. We have Chamalt Community College right at the center, a major landmark. And we have Groose Gardens. And this road right here is called Silver Lake Horde. Another cut region in the game is right here. And I'm guessing it was Silver Lake. Now we also have a river flowing from the bottom all the way up here to the top. This is called the Deschutes River. Remember, Deschutes County Militia. Deschutes River, Deschutes County, whatever. And then down here, so we have a jump for a Nero injector and this sort of gas station area. We have Friendship Ridge. This is called the McLaughlin Farm. And over here we have Billet Bridge Nero Checkpoint. I don't know the name of this road. I think it's called Francis Highway or something. I'm gonna have to double check that in a second. Down south here we have the water tower where we get the polystyrene for Weaver. And over here is a Ripper camp. And yeah, we have Large Horde, the biggest horde in Highway 97. And we also have the Marauder camp where we save Taylor after they cut off his ear. And we have Juniper Ridge, which is probably the name of this ridge right here. And Rumrai Gulch, like we said, this is the gulch itself. So there's not that much to the Highway 97 region. It's not that hard to learn. There's this road right here. I need to check the name of this road. Yeah. So there's two roads that I need to check the names of. And I believe this road right here has the name like Lake something. Yeah. And this road would have led to Pinnacles. This road wouldn't have led anywhere. Pinnacles is right here. So yeah. Let's check out everything. So this radio tower is called Applegate Radio Tower, and the Highway 97 region does not have a Firewatch tower, not that I know of. So if we go down south here, the Solomon Hill Horde, I believe their cave is like right here. So this would be Solomon Hill? Yeah. So The trail that we took, the gulch that we took behind Rimview Ranch, is right behind their horde cave. And this right here is where we rescue Agent Justine Norwood right after reaching Crater Lake. So let's head to the end of this road. I want to check out the crossroad signs. So here is the crossroads sign. It says Crater Lake Byway and Santiam Highway.
More bounties.
And over here we have a road that leads us to the Mount Scott Ski Resort. It's called Artesian Road. And here is the ski resort itself. And as you can see, we have the ski lifts right here. And if I take the trail that is located over here on the right, I'm gonna end up at the Mount Scott's Horde's Cave. And then up here we have Care Valley Recreation Area. And this is where the Anarchist Spy mission takes place, as well as the Anarchist Mine, Just Doing My Job mission takes place. And has anyone ever noticed that in Just Doing My Job we rescue Mitch Allen, and in Everyone Has to Work all the way up in Belknap, the mission where we rescue a girl from the radio tower, her name is Rose Allen. Rose Allen, Mitch Allen. Lisa does mention that her neighbors were taken by the Deschutes County militia when Deacon asks her if any of her neighbors had any weapons or firearms. So are Lisa's parents even alive? This is the Beaver Marsh rest stop, and there's the Horde. Yeah. So now let's head down south and get to Chamalt. Here is a Ranger Bear cave, which also happens to be the cave for the Cascade Lakes Rail Line Horde. Over here is Chamalt Station. This is along Highway 97. And over here is the road that I wanted to double check the name of. Why was there a trap here? Yeah, it's called Jaeger Street. This is where and this is where the Founder Titan lives. It's called Jaeger Street. And then we have Solomon Way, which is the name of this other road. So Jaeger Street and Solomon Way. And if I head down here, you will see Silver Lake Road, and it leads across the bridge into a tunnel. Right? Yeah. This bridge is blocked off. There's the tunnel. But we can hop this bridge. If we take a closer look at the Highway 97 region, we can learn that there are only two roads that head east. This road right here is Highway 97 itself. This right here is the other road, and conveniently, the name of this road is Silver Lake Road. And right next to it is the Groose Gardens, where the Horde resides inside the house. But if we come back here, we've got the college over there. And then down here, past this broken bridge, is the area with the Neuroinjector double jump. And this road is called Volcanic Scenic Byway. Yeah, this is the road that we basically take back to the Crater Lake region. This is the road that I thought I was looking at. So now let's take this detour. I'm gonna follow the train track, just because I'm here for the road sign. What does that say? Falls Highway. That's what it's called. And there is a small fact about Forest View Drive. That's an interesting name for a road. Friendship Ridge. The Horde resides here. This is called the McLaughlin Farm, or McLaughlin Farm. How do you pronounce it? There's a fun fact about this building right here. Insert clip right now. Through the historical markers, we learned that this farm in Highway 97 is called McLaughlin Farm, but if we use our debug menu mod, we actually learn that this place is called Sarah Job Farm. In fact, we may find clues that maybe Sarah did some research if we enter this house. For example, this telescope right here. That does scream science, doesn't it? And if I look at the roads here, this is the road that I was talking about. It's called Sky Lakes Road. There are 0 lakes here, and I'm guessing this would have led to a bunch of lakes in the Pinnacles region, perhaps? So yeah, and we have ourselves a gas station, and I never bothered to check what the name of this road we're on is called. Oh, this is still Falls Highway. So yeah, this leads to Pilot Bridge Nero checkpoint. And here we are, this is still Sky Lakes Road. So it ended here, and just behind there is the Pinnacles area. And we can kinda see it. You can see a river, and if I come back here, and then head at the top, somewhere over here is the Marauder camp, where we save Taylor. But if I look over on this cliff, we can sort of see the road that would have been the Pinnacles region. There's a lot of greenery over there. I thought I had the sniper rifle. We do have binoculars. That is interesting to see. Anyways, that finally allows me to say I have been working on this video since March. It is July now. Yeah. I really want to thank you all for watching. If you made it this far to the end of the video, I want to say a huge thank you. And yeah, if you enjoyed, leave a like, hit subscribe to support the channel, leave your thoughts in the comments, don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss another upload. I want to thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next time. And until then, this has been G, signing out. Peace.